Good morning, everybody. Owen Mason here at Hursley Park Cricket Club here in Hampshire for the third and final ODI in the Kleenclad Cup between England and the United States of America. Of course, on Sunday at Chipping Camden, England bowled the US out for only 46, and of course it was Mel Hussain and Neil Brathwaite who got 21 runs each to reach 47 to seal the series at 2-0. The US will be hoping for a performance like they had on Monday at Eastern Castle in Herefordshire, where they actually took 8 wickets from the England Lions, so they'll be hoping for something similar here in Hampshire today. Join us for ball-by-ball commentary at Hi there, everybody. Rejoin us here at Hursley Park Cricket Club with volunteer groundsman Andy Hursley. Andy, thanks for joining us. How long have you been here at the club?
Oh, 50 years. yeah, 50 years. Started in '74. We didn't have what we had here then. It was very basic because, you just started league cricket. And I remember we used to put fencing around the edge of the square end of the game to stop the rabbits coming over. But we've more or less controlled them now over the years. Things carried on, yeah.
And how nice has it been to see like you say, you've seen the improvement of this ground over the years?
Oh yeah, very the ground. Yeah, lovely pavilion, decent covers.
Hello, everybody. You joined us live in the middle for the toss has just happened. And Ravi, what happened with it?
USA won the toss. I called ahead and it turned ahead. So we won the toss and opted to bowl first. The reason being, when we played the Lions, I thought my bowlers bowled a bit better as compared to the rest of the tour. I want to continue to give them that confidence that hopefully they'll come and do well against the main squad as well. Both the opening bowlers, I think, showed up well there. So I'm hoping that they'll repeat that performance here.
Ravi, best of luck this afternoon. And Ed, of course, batting first here. What do you expect on this wicket?
Well, we don't know what the wicket looks like. It's a new wicket. It looks fine and dry. So we'll play every game as it comes and score what we can.
Half score on this wicket. I know, as you say, what are you hoping to get today?
Well, look, 250 minimum. We don't know what it's like. Let's have a look at it in the first 10 overs and see what happens.
Ed Gordon-Lennox and Ravi Suri, both captains in the middle, join us at midday.
Well, you've got to try and get in where you can, because Owen hasn't asked me to do anything in the last few games. I'm majorly disappointed. He knows I'm always available. He knows I'm always available. That's right, yeah, but you never asked me, so... Might have a stint with you today. After me 3/4 of an hour at Fairburn. Oh, yeah. And we don't want to scare them off.
Good morning, everybody. You join us back at Hursley Park Cricket Club here in Hampshire. I'm here with the US captain Ravi Suri ahead of the third ODI against England in the Kleenclad Cup. Ravi, of course, on Sunday it was a shorter game than expected. Obviously, you had a bit of a T20 game afterwards with a Mitt's game. But what did you make of Sunday?
The game that we played, I think it was day before yesterday against the Lions. I thought we bowled a bit better, at least the first part of the game, having the Lions at 40 for 3 and then 100 for 5. That was a better show. We do realize that we're up against very stiff oppositions, both the England and the England Lions. But I'm, proud of the way the boys are at least coming here and giving their best. We do realize that in terms of the cricketing skill and ability, we lag behind. That is not surprising. But what is good to see is that at least the boys are willing to put up a fight out there.
Yeah, you said to me the other day that it was almost like a learning curve, this tour. And of course, on Monday, as you say, took 8 wickets from England in the end, the Lions. How pleasing was that, just to see that marked improvement over the game?
It definitely was, and the team felt good about it. You don't want to go there and make it a completely one-sided game. While in the end, it might look that they got 300 plus, and then we were all out for 100. But at least for about 25-30% of the game, we were in there, and we did put some pressure on the England Lions. And the boys were very happy about that. As a captain, that's all I could ask for. We must remember that the team that has come here is not our first 11. A lot of the players who would have played have not been available for various reasons, from their career point of view, work point of view, whatever. But the ones who came here are doing the best that they can, and we only go back with great memories. I must say that the hosts have been absolutely fabulous. It has been an outstanding tour from those aspects. Wherever we go, the facilities we get, people like you have been so nice to us. The hosts who are taking care of the tea, lunches, and the evening functions. It's been a fabulous experience.
That's brilliant. And just finally, you've had a look at the wicket here at Hursley Park. Obviously, the sun's not out yet, but it's meant to get to about 26 degrees again today. What have you made of the pitch?
Once again, another good cricketing wicket. It'll have something for the bowlers, and definitely as the day goes on, I think the batsmen will do well. It has a small green tinge to it, and I think it'll remain good through the day.
That's great. That's the US captain Ravi Shuri there, ahead of the third ODI in the Kleenclad Cup. Hello again, everybody. You rejoin us here at Hursley Park Cricket Club here in Hampshire with the England captain, Ed Gordon-Leonard. So, Ed, obviously a busy few days with the Lions game as well. Obviously, in that game, the US took 8 wickets. Obviously, England 321 for 8 in the end. What did you make of that improvement from them on Monday?
Well, Owen, yeah, great to be here at Hursley Park. Another lovely private ground, gorgeous surroundings. But yes, the Lions game at the beautiful Eastnall Castle was another step in the right direction for the USA. They did well. I think the Lions were 30 for 3 or 40 for 3, and then they kept on bowling pretty well. Mark Eames got a wonderful 150 that got the Lions up to a good score. So look, they're really positive. They're lovely people. They're really keen to learn, and it seems that they are.
And a few changes, obviously, to the squad today. Obviously, Jason and Razzie coming in. How nice is it when you can bring, obviously Mel and who else was out? Sorry.
So we've got Mel Dobson who's injured. Who's injured today, and of course Lee Self played the other day. So we just need another spinner. So Razzie's coming in for that. So yeah, slightly changed team for this third and final ODI.
Yeah, how nice is it to be able, when you have, like, say, an injury like that to Mel, to be able to bring people like Jason in, and of course Razzie.
Yeah, look, we're, as you know, Owen, we've got a squad of 35. We've also encouraged 2 or 3 players in these 3 Lions games to play. Chris Schofield bowled very well from Middlesex the other day. Dean Sykes bowled well, and indeed Ian Barton over at Eastnall had a good knock. So it's really encouraging to have so many people we can call on.
Yeah, and just finally, Ed, how nice would it be to, like the Stonehill Cup, to get a clean sweep in the Kleenclad Cup today?
Yes, the Kleenclad Cup, and I have to say that slowly because it's a bit of a mouthful. But of course, we're out to win this game, and it would be lovely to finish off the international season with another win.
That's great. That's the England captain Ed Gordon-Leonard there ahead of the third and final ODI against the US. Join us from midday.
base of it. Take your hand off the base of it. Hold it properly, not at the end. Thank you. Yourselves, the USA and England. We hope you have a really enjoyable day. I must admit, looking at you all, I feel decidedly underdressed, which is incredibly smart. I hope the cricket matches up to your appearance. I'm sure it will. Have a great day, and let's see if we can do all we can to make it as enjoyable as possible for you. Can I also introduce you to Dr. Selva, who some of you I know already know. The main sponsor for the Kleenclad Cup, which will be presented at the end of today's play. So thank you very much. Thanks, Simon. It's great. Yeah, with these, the transitions from the face. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah. Brilliant. Okay. Brilliant.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Hursley Park Cricket Club here in Hampshire. You just saw the national anthems there. Great to see those there. We had a bit of a word there from one of the groundsmen here. But yes, a lovely ground here in Hampshire. Ready for the third and final one-day international in the Kleenclad Cup, England and the United States of America. The penultimate game in this series between obviously the over-60s, USA, and of course the Lions. That final game to come tomorrow at Hamworthy Cricket Club in Poole will be there. Join us from midday tomorrow, but obviously we've got this to come, where England have wrapped up the series after wins at Winchmore Hill last Wednesday. And obviously at at Chipping Campden on Sunday, coupled obviously with those Lions wins at Royal Ascot on last Thursday, and where we joined you Monday just gone at East Newcastle in Herefordshire. So it's been a clean sweep so far for England, but the USA have showed some real signs that they are really improving game on game that they have. And that's the big crucial point for Ravi Suri. He keeps mentioning to me in the interviews, it's a great point he makes, that this tour for them really is a learning curve just to see where they're at. Here, obviously before the World Cup in 12 months' time, but to play sides like this, to play, as we say, one of the best sides in over 60s cricket in the world in England.
At some stage, you would like to speak to Selva about the Kleenclad. So I'm introducing Selva to the media team generally. I don't know what your timings are and how you feel about when you'd like him. Yeah. Been here all day, so
About 20 overs in.
yeah, okay.
That'd be great, actually.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay.
But yes, the USA really improving game on game. But for England, this is another test in what's been a packed old summer. The West Indies, games against Scotland, Wales, and of course, that incredible Grey Ashes series that we keep referencing, but it was absolute peak viewing. I'm sure most of you were tuning into that incredible series, and thanks again for your continued support in watching that series. Got many, many views, some of the best views we've had here on this YouTube channel. But so has this series, England and the USA, an intriguing series nonetheless. But as we mentioned, it shows where the US are and shows where England are ahead of the Tri-Nations in September and, of course, the World Cup to come. So, of course, last time out, it was, of course, the Lions at East Newcastle, where England batted first and got to 321 for 8 at the end of their allocated 45 overs. You know, at times there, the USA really made it difficult. The US, at one stage, had England at 25 for 3. And obviously taking 8 wickets, that was a really pleasing aspect for Ravi Suri. And even Ed Gordon-Lennox mentioned how pleased he was. He was in attendance watching at East Newcastle just to see where this US side are. But he was pleased with the Lions. And of course, Mark Eames getting 155 runs. One of the highest over 60s totals of all time. But there's a few milestones that could be beat today. That could be overpassed by one Phil Deakin, who is only 2 wickets away from matching the record set by Jim Phillips of 51 wickets. Phil is currently on 49. So if he takes 3 today, he took 4 at Chipping Campden on Sunday. If he takes another 4 today, he will be England's leading wicket taker for the over 60s. So that'll be a fantastic achievement if he can reach that today. So let's go through some teams then for you, as you can see on screen, and they are as follows. For England, Ed Gordon-Lennox, Steve Aston, Razi Ahmed comes in. For the injured Mel Dobson, Timor Allam, Neil Brathwaite, Jason Corn comes in. For Lee Self, Phil Deakin, Nick Dayward, Mel Hussain, Richard Merriman, Mike Palmer, and Kevin Watson. For the USA, as you can also see on the right-hand side of your screen, Ravi Suri, the captain, Ashok Patel, Bhavani Padada, Chetan Shah, Pardeep Gill, Rajesh Adarte, Sankar Jayaram, Rizwan Sheikh, Abhay Maheshwari, CK Balinde, Peter Jones, and Prem Suri. So there are your teams then for this third and final one-day international that's set to get underway. That's set to get underway in just under 2 minutes' time. Just approaching midday here in Hampshire. Bit of an overcast day. Owen's weather report from the Met Office says there is a 20% chance at rain come 2 o'clock. But as I mentioned, I had a little word with Peter Jones off air earlier, and he said, I like the odds. I like those odds. Sounds like we're going to have a bit of a clear day. Not to be as warm as we saw at Eastern Castle, but still a high of about 24 degrees. So it'll be a bit more bearable than what we saw at Eastern. But yes, the third and final ODI of the Kleenclad Cup. England looking for that clean sweep. 3-0, just like they had in the Stonehill Cup against the West Indies in June. Seems a long time ago now, that actually. It was only 2 months ago, but we've had so much cricket since then. It's been such a packed old summer. And this, for the England over 60s, is the last big international test. Of course, they've got the Tri-Nations, where, as we mentioned with Trevor Lee, who you'll hear on commentary later, that obviously at one point in that Tri-Nation series, there will be the unique game of England versus the England Lions. So that'll be an interesting game to come in September. Can't wait for that. As well as, of course, Wales and Scotland. But joining me in just a moment will be, I call him Statman. He's the media man for England over 60s. Will be Harrison Burridge. Harrison, welcome to the commentary desk. As you say, the third and final ODI of the series. England looking for that clean sweep, just like they saw with the Stonehill Cup. What do you expect today here at Hursley Park?
Hi Owen, hi everyone. It's good to be back again for another ODI. It's going to be interesting. So England batting first, they're going to want runs, but I mean, look at it from a USA perspective. Some nice overheads. Pitch has got a green tinge to it. You never know what might happen. Also, they had the Lions 3 down early on Monday as well, so they'll be looking to make a strong start and make an impression on this game.
Well, certainly so, Harrison. Yeah, we've just hit midday, and it looks like we're just about to get underway. Here we go. First ball then. And that's going to be our first boundary. Great effort. Richard Merriman there.
Exactly what you want for your first ball.
Certainly, yeah. It is going to be the former captain, Richard Merriman, and Steve Aston to kick things off. And that's, as you say, Harrison, can't ask for much better than that. A 4 on your first ball, maybe a 6, obviously, but it's still a fantastic first ball. And England underway then, 4 for naught. Yeah, we've had Gordon Lennox. He was hoping for a target of 250 plus. See, in each game that we've seen from England, see, apart from that 46 that they had to chase at Chipping Camden, every time they have batted first, they have got over 300 in either these games or the Lions games, Harrison. So they'll be hoping for something similar to that here at Hursley Park. But again, I've said many times in this series, and Matt mentioned it as well, you know, with a game like this, Harrison, it's always best to be as professional as possible. We know there's that Dolphin class, Harrison, but at the same time, you know, these are a potential banana skin come the World Cup. We've seen this US side, as you said, had the Lions, you know, 3 wickets early on. You've got to take each game, really, and really be as professional as possible. And England have shown that so far.
Absolutely. I know Ed Gordon Lennox will be wanting his side to carry on as they have done and finish the series on a high, because just let this ball pass. Another one for Merriman. But yes, obviously they whitewashed the West Indies at the start of summer. They want to do it again after not getting hold of the Grey Ashes in the end of that series. But it's an opportunity as well. See, Steve Aston at the top of the order today, opening the batting. I know Mel Hussain is carrying a little knock and Neil Brathwaite's padded up, so it'll probably be in at 3 or 4 along with Timor Allen. But it's an opportunity for Steve to get himself some runs in position he wouldn't normally bat in, as you'd say, maybe a game against tougher opponents. Come the World Cup, it'd be another option for England to have.
Yeah, it's a good point you make there, Harrison. As Steve Aston faces his first ball from Rajesh Adate. Seeing this first over, we've seen that 4 wide. Dot ball 1, and then the dot ball again. good start nonetheless from England. Here we go then. Another delivery then to come from Adarte. Steve Aston, that's a nice shot. It's a single. You won't mind that early on. Steve Aston gets off the mark. 1 off 2 deliveries for him. And 1 more delivery to come in this slightly extended over because of that wide.
Sight screen not in the right place.
There we go, Kev Watson on the case.
Always a good start. They've had all morning.
There we go, as you can see on screen there. Kev Watson, jack of all trades. Loves to be behind the camera. Some great photos he's been taking just recently. Loves to take a few wickets as well. There he is. He's got his camera out now again. But yes, he's a final ball then for Richard Merriman. And a dot ball to end the over. England start off this first over 7 for 0. Not a bad start, Harrison.
No, England will be happy. Both batters faced a few balls. Merriman put the first one away well. From a USA perspective, Adarte would be happy after that first ball. He brought it back really well and starting to settle into his spell because he did bowl well against the Lions on Monday. But from England, just be about seeing off that shine and then looking to cash in when the ball gets a bit softer later on against the slower bowling.
No, that's right. But having the likes of, I was speaking to Ed earlier on, and you know, you have the likes of Jason Cornt and Razi Ahmed coming in. Obviously, Mel Dobson had a bit of a knock. And Lee Self played yesterday. Had a bit of a slight side strain, said Jason Cornt. But to bring in someone like the Lions skipper, Jason Cornt, he was speaking of how busy of a few days he's had. He'll be involved tomorrow as skipper at Hamworthy. But when you've got that depth, and we've said this so many times with England, Harrison, but when they've got that depth, and when the Lions, when they can bring players in, like we saw with the 2 debutants on Monday, really is a great issue to have when you have so many fantastic batters and bowlers to choose from.
Absolutely, and that is the big benefit of the Lions and the aim of the Lions as well, creating a bigger player pool for people to pick from. You can rotate in and out with players and not have a significant drop in quality, if any. Razi Ahmed picked up a few wickets for Gloucestershire yesterday, and Jason Cornt has always impressed himself when he's been in the England shirt rather than the Lions one. And he'll be wanting to push his case again and become a bit more regular in the England team today.
Yes, certainly. Sabhai Maheshwari has his second delivery of the over. Great appeal there, but nothing different from the umpire, unmoved. That's 2 dot balls to start. This Maheshwari opening over. That's nice from Aston to get the single. Yeah, it's an interesting point you made earlier, Harrison, with Aston coming in earlier than he normally would. Just gives, Ed Gordon-Lennox a chance to just see this and see how, as you say, because we know how good of a player Steve Aston is, but to have him early on, this is probably one of the first times this summer I think I've seen him this early on in the order. So it's nice to be able to have a bit of a range there, because if you're dependent on opposition, then you can really adapt that order, can't you?
Definitely, and a lot of these players do bat in the top order for their counties. Oh, nearly. Peter Jones throws the ball back in. Richard Merriman might have just got his back, but doesn't matter. The stumps weren't broken. Yeah. But yeah, obviously when it comes to England, all these batters, they need to fit into an order. And they can't all open. They can't all bat in the top 3 as they may do for their counties. Like Nick Gayward, for example, opened for Yorkshire. Yesterday, Neil and Mel both opened for Essex, team animal bat high for Buckinghamshire. Ed, I don't think Ed Gordon lets his position changes too much. He tends to bat 4-5 anyway for Gloucestershire with his ability.
Yeah, it's been a busy old time with that county championship starting yesterday. But a positive over by Maheshwari. Only the one single and 4 dot balls.
Hit the pads on 3 of those dot balls as well, so he's honing in on those multicoloured stumps.
Well, they are, aren't they? We've seen a few different ones, haven't we, this summer? And more so than those, I love the ones that start flashing. Where was that, Fairburn? I'm trying to remember now.
Yes, there was also flashing stumps at Winchmore Hill last week. You weren't there, but they had similar ones to those at Fairburn. Yeah, depends what each club invests in.
So yes, thanks for joining us, everybody, here at Hursley Park Cricket Club. Just coming into the 3rd over. England getting 1 single from that, 7 from the 1st over, and 1 from that last Maheshwari over, and Rajesh Adate to come back for his 2nd over. Adate to come in. And that was from Steve Aston there, Harrison.
Just cut shot hit into the ground, well fielded at backward point now, around head height. Easily could have gone past for 4.
In comes Adate again. You say we're pleased with this.
Nearly beaten for pace there.
Yeah.
Steve Aston, well bowled by Adate. An extra slip comes in as well. Ravi Suri, the captain, puts himself into the cauldron.
Three dot ball in succession then. That one going straight to Peter Jones. That one will be broken, no. That's another single onto the board. Steve Aston gets his 3rd of the day. 3 off 9 for him. Merriman, 5 off 7.
Good from Aston there. Rotate the strike. Made use of the USA sweepers there. Take an easy single. But good as well from the USA. They've got men out early for those shots. Still got deep cover for Merriman as well as a extra cover as well to stop the drives going for 4.
Oh, another big call there. Another one there. Unmoved again, though, the umpire.
Yep, don't have to worry about the drives when you bowl like that. Very quick straight ball there from Adate. Little inside edge from Merriman, it sounded like, and may have been high as well from the appeal point of view.
Adate's last delivery then of this over. And Merriman. Lovely effort there. There's the single. Some nice fielding. 2 from that over then for England as they move on to 10 for the loss of no wicket.
Another good over there from the USA. I mean, really is first ball of the game aside, they've started very well. Here, just 6 off the 2.5 overs. Since then, they can be happy, settling into the game well. Boundary fielders positioned well try and cut out a steady flow of runs and put some pressure on the England batters and maybe force a false shot and get themselves a breakthrough.
Yeah, that's a big one. And even when mentioning to Ravi Suri earlier on, he was pleased to see that marked improvement, claiming those early wickets, of course getting 8 in the end. Especially those ones early on, because it really changed that complexion of the game for quite a few overs. There's 3 early wickets. Those being Steve Small, Steve Hunt and Martin Ford on Monday at East Newcastle. Maheshwari comes in again then.
Wasn't for Mark Eames on Monday, who knows what might have happened. A fantastic unbeaten 154 from him to follow up his century in the first Lions game as well. He played brilliantly, especially given the heat as well.
Yeah, Rash made that great point actually in the comments. Oh, just they take that. Slight risk there, Harrison, maybe going for that run?
No, there was good understanding between the two of them there. And I mean, when you look at the field, you've got backward point, deep cover, mid off and in between them, an extra cover. But he's not overly tight in there at extra cover. I believe it's Jay Sanka in there at extra cover. So easy drop and run. Well done by Merriman.
Yeah, so singles that really are so valuable. You know, I mentioned it so many times with Rash and Matt. Yeah, keep prodding away singles here and there. And it's all about just adding to that scoreboard wherever you can. You don't mind it so much in these early overs because by the drinks break, you could be well on your way to almost your 100 runs. You know, when you get to get a few boundaries in there, Harrison, my goodness, you really have done a nice total. You just don't want to. For the USA, they want to just keep as many dot balls. We've seen quite a few. That's the most expensive Maheshwari out of the 2 overs he's had. But for England, they won't mind that. A few singles. Gets them onto a decent total by the drinks break.
It also just keeps the USA having to bowl at a different batter. They can't build up maybe a few dot balls at one and potentially, as I alluded to earlier, a false shot. So it's very smart batting as well. I know it was a common feature throughout the grey ashes from both sides, trying to make use of those quick singles.
Yeah, very true. As Darte gives the ball to Steve Aston, who gets it brilliantly towards the sight streams for 4.
That was a great shot. Any shot through mid-on as a batter particularly pleases you, given it's one of the more challenging ones to play, but he's timed it perfectly, and many have said the outfield is going to be quick, and that did rocket along the mixture of green and brown grass that we have got at the moment, given the summer we have had, although the sun is hiding a bit for now, at least. It may well appear.
No, you're right, Harrison. It is today. It's similar to how we saw it in the afternoon at Eastern. We saw a few drops of rain, not much at all on Monday in terms of rain, but we had that such very warm start. It really did cool down. It's a great shot again. And now look at that, it's a very quick outfield, isn't it? It'll just about slow down before it reaches the boundary. Yes, it will. Just allows the fielder there to get it. But it is a fairly quick outfield, like you said, Harrison.
Yeah, that's well played there by Aston. He's played that with soft hands and played it down, because it has gone through the slip cordon. And if that was in the air, who knows what could have happened. But Idarte will still be happy that a ball has gone in that area with his 2 slips and the backward point. Almost a bit gully-ish there as well.
Yeah, Idarte 4 and a 2 to start things off, and there will be a single there as well for Steve Aston to move himself onto 11 runs off 13 deliveries. Merriman 9 off 14, both doing quite nicely so far early on here at Hursley Park Cricket Club here in Hampshire. 3 deliveries to come then for Idarte.
Good there from Idarte, making Merriman leave the ball. There's been a little injection of pace into the runs coming from Aston at the start of the over.
Two more to come for Idarte. That's nice. From Merriman. Moves himself onto double figures. For the day, 10 off 16. Most expensive over so far. For Idarte, 4-2-1, dot ball 1. One final delivery. Yeah, nice one again from Aston to end that over, Harrison.
Yep, perfect run in. What's that, 9 off the over there from the fifth one, 23 for naught. It's a very, very positive start for England now, getting closer to 5 runs and over. And both batters starting to settle in and see the ball on the pitch that does have something in it for the bowlers, whether that stays all day or it maybe as the sun appears and bakes the pitch, it might flatten out as the day goes on.
Yeah, Harrison, last proper international test really for these England players. Before those final Tri-Nations games to end the summer, we've seen a bit of intrigue added to those Tri-Nations games. We were speaking to Jason Cornt about it. You know, it'd be captain versus captain, won't it? It'd be an interesting game, that. Be a nice one to cover, won't it?
Absolutely. It's the one everyone's talking about at the moment, I imagine. Just let this ball happen. More good run in there between Aston and Merriman, but imagine there's a few Lions players who may want to prove a point, especially in front of the England captain and team. But it will be interesting alongside the Scotland and Wales games. The players to round off the summer.
That's a nice effort. As that looks to try and go for 4, it bobbles up as well. We had to be careful with that Pardeep Gill. Yeah, I think Jason Cornt mentioned to me just earlier, it does look quite bobbly in places. You could just see that raise up, couldn't you, out of nowhere? We've seen quite a few balls like that this summer where it's looked so comfortable for the fielder, and it's completely gone away from them. Rob Green-esque, I always call it, when it just completely bobbles up.
It's a symptom of all the dry weather we've had in any outfield, especially at this sort of club level, has got a bobble in it to offer to the fielders. And someone who's been plays myself, I know a few all too well can spit up and cause you an issue, but Pardeep Gill did well there. Could have easily just gone over his hands and trickled to the rope, bat and meter behind him. Yeah. Kept it to 2.
Yeah, say Harrison, is it one of the most driest summers you've recalled? You know, in terms of when you've been playing cricket and covering it, it is definitely one of the driest summers we've had in many a year.
Yep, we can always, the COVID summer.
Oh goodness, yeah.
was one of the dry ones, but see, not much really happened given the events kind of from March onwards. But definitely compared to the last couple of years, this is very dry.
Yeah, you really have to adapt your game in that sense, Harrison. I mentioned that quite a few times to some of the players, and you know, in terms of England haven't even missed a game in terms of any rain delays. We've had the only big rain delay we had, the longest one we had, or one if any. I think we had maybe one at Appley for the England Lions against Wales B. But the longest one we had was at Royal Ascot, wasn't it, for that 5th and final ODI against Australia. 2.5 hours we were waiting there, but that's really, touch wood, that's the only one we've had so far this summer.
Both Royal Ascot and Appley were cases of what you might call proper rain.
Yeah.
It didn't mess about when it did come. And did the job. Obviously, the game Tri Nations in September. There may be more wet weather around by that point, given the time of year. But again, yep, blessed with another dry day. I believe we've got another dry week in store after this as well, before the true British summer tries to force its way back in.
The end of that Maheshwari over then. 1-2-1, 1, and an LB, and then another single to end that over. But you mentioned how dry it is. We were speaking to Steve Small, a fellow Worcestershire native, and he was saying at Severn Trent, where he works, it's one of the closest summers we've had in many years, almost 30 years, to a hosepipe ban in the county. My mum wouldn't be happy with that. Oh, that's a lovely shot, isn't it?
Fantastic shot by Aston, other side of the wicket, to his drive for 4 in the previous over. Picking the gap nicely there between mid-off and extra cover. Although the sounds of things though, and your mum wouldn't want to live in Wiltshire, because we are currently under a hosepipe ban.
Oh really? Oh no.
Must be doing well in Worcestershire to not have had one.
I know. Yeah, Steve was saying it's the closest we've had in almost 30 years. And yeah, we always tend to have rain in the summer, but this summer, the one, like you say, only the COVID summer I can recall, where, as you say, it's just been not much rain at all. We've had a few evenings of it, through the night. Other than that, my goodness, it's been a dry one. But for cricket, that's always good, because sometimes we've had some right washouts in July and August. Classic, great British weather, as we always call it. But here's a Darte then, into his 4th over. A 4 to start it, and a 4 for his second ball as well. 2 in succession there. As Rizwan Sheikh tried to just claim that before it went over the boundary rope, but it was going quite quick, wasn't it, on that outfield?
Yep, hit with too much power and timing from Aston, and he's picked another gap there, and he's moved himself onto 23 off 19 balls. He's settling in nicely to this, well, at least on England duty, an unfamiliar opening role for himself.
Well, yeah, it's just sprung to mind, actually, Harrison, where at Sparsholes a few weeks ago, of course, this neck of the woods, he himself and Nick Gaywood was that final partnership that got England over the line, and a really, really decent final partnership. Steve Aston, oh, look at that. 3 boundaries in succession then. Abhay Maheshwari tried to claim that with his foot. But again, too much power. He moves on to 27 off 20. Really good return from him so far. 12 off the over already. We're only halfway in.
Very good batting. That one was upish and maybe off the outside half of the bat as it went up and over. Slipped Gordon away to the 3rd man boundary, but it's just release of the pressure USA may have been building. England now very comfortable in their start, particularly Aston. Merriman still settling in himself.
Nice from Aston again. Prevented the boundary this time, but 2 more runs to add to the total. Brings England on to 44 for the loss of no wicket. Yeah, that is a really nice total. So we've just got 2 more deliveries left of this 7th over. Really up in that run rate towards almost 7 and over. But the US won't mind a reprieve like that. Nice dot ball for them.
Dragged the length back well there, Darte. Straighter, didn't give Aston any room to free his hands up like he had done with the 2 cut shots earlier in the over.
One more delivery then from Rajesh Darte. Nice from Aston. Now we'll try and claim 2 runs. Aston almost goes halfway. But they decided against it in Merriman. And Aston gets back in. One more run then. Brings England 7 overs in, 45 for naught.
Those two batters out there will be very happy. Camera focuses on a couple of the spectators. Very good crowd building here. A lot of youngsters, a few playing in the nets behind us to our right, making the use of the summer holidays and having some international cricket in their area as well. Looks like still Maheshwari.
Yeah, as you say, great crowd forming. Speaking to the volunteer groundsman earlier, and he spoke how proud he was. He's been here 50 years. Great to see an international fixture here. You know, to all the grounds, you know, they've all been so welcoming, haven't they, in terms of their hospitality. Ravi Suri mentioned that, how he's been to all of these grounds. You know, the Australians echo the same sentiment, and of course the England players as well. You know, every game we've had has just been such a welcome. You know, we've been up north, proper down south now, as we are tomorrow in Hamworthy. Oh, it rolls through right towards our commentary van, and Ivor has to do a spot of fielding, but that's a good boundary for England.
Seen Moore to lift his legs up and get out of the way there. If anyone could see him, but hit the chair, and the USA fielders have got the ball back. But again, very good shot from Aston, picking what is a small gap between deep point and deep cover.
That brings them on to 50 runs then, with that single. In just bang on 30 minutes. Brilliant from England so far, 50 for naught. Quite ominous for the USA the way they're going already. Pleasing for Ed Gordon-Lennox in his side. And Paul Bradley watching on. I bet he's watching on with pride here. Watching on. England 50 for naught. As they continue what's been a busy old summer. Yeah, Steve Aston, 35 runs now.
Maybe a missed opportunity for the USA there, because Merriman hasn't faced a lot of balls for a while, and he's been able to take a very easy single there, just dropping it into that offside gap we've mentioned before. Kind of short cover area, and he's back up the other end, and Aston can carry on as he has been.
That ends the over then for Maheshwari. 3 dot balls, a 4 and 2 singles.
I think we're going to be having a change of bowling from Rajesh Idate's end. Naki is talking to the captain at the moment about potentially what field might be set. Did open the bowling in the first ODI last week. He is taking his cap off now and giving it to the umpire. It was called John, and his mate is also called John for today. So nice and easy for the players out there who don't have many names to remember.
2 Johns. That's all right then. Yeah, nice little partnership forming, as you can see on screen, between Merriman and Aston. Great to see Richard Merriman back to full fitness. After, I remember we had him on at the 5th ODI on commentary at Royal Ascot in the Grey Ashes series, and he was frustrated that he hadn't had that much of an impact because of the injury in that Grey Ashes series. He would have loved to have been involved in that grandstand finale, wouldn't he?
Absolutely, but the short break in between those, well, short break that there was between the Australia games and the USA ones is giving him some time. I know he might need to manage it a bit with how many games he does play in a week. I believe he played yesterday for Derbyshire. But it'd be a good opportunity for him to get back in the runs. He did get a ball that misbehaved last week in the first ODI. Just one popped up on him and went straight up in the air, and he was caught, and obviously then not needed to bat on Sunday in the second ODI. So as much as Aston has got an opportunity at the top of the order, it's an opportunity for Merriman as well to cash in and get himself some runs on the board, because one of the may well be the leading run scorer for England in the 60s.
Nice from Merriman as Nakby is in now for his opening over. Sindel brings Merriman onto 15 of 23 deliveries. And this is the 9th over here at Hursley Park Cricket Club, just turning 25-1 here in Hampshire. That's a nice effort from Merriman. Gill prevents it from reaching the boundary rope.
Different pace for the England batters to face now. Aston particularly had to wait for that one there, but he waited well and picked himself up another 2.
Yeah, definitely a nice 2 there as Aston comes back on strike. And strike he does for a lovely little boundary. It was up in the air for a while. It made me wonder if it was going to be the first 6 of the day. But a 4 it is nonetheless. And one of the children on this near side to us picks up the ball, retrieves it. Doesn't go flying into the trees, so no need to retrieve it over the fence, which is good.
Again, more fantastic gap finding from Aston, going airily that time to find it.
Yeah, nice Sindel from Aston to move him on to 42. He's well on his way. Now, great return from him so far. So yeah, it's all about those milestones, isn't it? They love to hit those milestones. Nakvi comes in again. Dot ball this time. Defensive shot by Aston. Yeah, I find it extraordinary, Harrison, where we'll just see this final delivery, and that's another dot ball to end that Nakvi over. 8 runs off that one for England. But yeah, I always find it extraordinary, Harrison, where they're playing quite consistently internationally, these players, and then the county championship gets underway. My goodness, it's a hell of a schedule. We think it's a big old schedule on the international circuit, but my goodness, they so incredibly active, and I find it really is commendable. How many times we've said it on commentary, but to then play long old games for your country and then for your county, that's great commitment.
And you can't forget that some of them still played club cricket on a Saturday.
Oh God, yeah.
As well, so that, I mean, the love of the game is very much still there, but I mean, yes, as you say, the fitness and temperament to be able to consistently come out on a regular basis and perform like they do is fantastic.
Always in fantastic spirits as well, as you say, always for the love of the game. Every time we say hello to everyone of a morning, always in good spirits. Always a great bit of banter with both squads as well. Which is what we love to see, really. As Maheshwari comes in for his 5th over. 17 runs. England have claimed off him so far. But 2 dot balls to start this over, he won't mind that. Nice from Aston to break that streak. Another single added to the total, Harrison.
Yeah, but I'm just going to focus on Maheshwari for a moment. He's bowled very well. See, it's just 18 runs out of 60 has come from his end, 42.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Coming from the end to our left, he's kept it very tight and on a spot. Then, of course, in his first over, he hit the pads 3 times. Mentioned at the time. And again, on his spot, but clever from Merriman, making use of that gap to drop it into and rotate the strike, move him to 16 in England to 61.
Yeah, that's nice. From England, as Aston comes in again. Maheshwari. Ooh, had a swipe at that.
There's the extra bounce again, though. That's hit Aston around the waist area of himself. He's just going for a little walk away to refocus the mind before last ball of the 10th over, when I'll be sliding out and Trevor Lee will be joining you, Owen, for the next set.
Yeah, that's a nice one to end the over. And thank you very much, Harrison, for joining me. My first stint with media man, Statman Harrison. And it was a good stint for England. He'll be pleased with that on the socials. 62 for naught for England then. Really good return from them. 10 overs in. As you can see, Aston and Merriman quite pleased with themselves so far, as Aston only 6 runs off that half century now. And as Harrison mentioned, joining me on the commentary desk now, the revolving commentary desk, it's the Silver Stumps, Trevor Lee. Trevor, welcome back.
Owen, great to be here. Good to see you. God, we didn't do this yesterday, but we did this on Monday. It was beginning to feel like an everyday thing. Yeah. So what are you making of this start then?
Do you know, I've been really impressed actually. You know, there was a few overs where the USA tried to keep it quite tight, and even to an extent, Maheshwari's kept it quite tight. Only conceded about 20 runs off his 5 overs, but this early partnership, Merriman and Aston, someone like Steve Aston, who Harrison mentioned, not normally on this early order. He's nearing his half century, 10 overs in. It's brilliant.
Yeah, well, Steve's he's a good opening batsman. He did open in one of the Grey Ashes matches down under in the tour last year. Yeah, at least 1, possibly 2 even. I haven't got the stats in front of me to remember. But yeah, it's a great opportunity. I mean, again, it's not necessarily going to be a close game, probably. So a good opportunity for 2 different lads to open the batting, and Richard's always keen to open the batting, of course. And yeah, they're looking good. Although, yeah, was there one ball that popped earlier that might have just flicked Richard's cap or something like that, or maybe just caught him a bit high up?
Yeah, that's right, Trevor. Yeah, it's but a few that, but it's that double bounce. It's a few that it's playing up a little bit. But even with some of the balls that have looked destined to be retrieved by some of the US fielders, have really bobbled up and head towards the boundary rope. That's where a few of these boundaries have come from England. But that a shot like that, can't do much wrong about that. But I think, yeah, there you go, just over the boundary rope it goes. Before Rizwan Sheikh can do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, these outfields now, I mean, are very fast. We played on one yesterday, very fast outfields, and you've got to get the long barrier out. All cricketers are taught the long barrier when they're young, and you don't want. Well, I noticed one just in front of you here in a couple of overs ago where there were 2 fielders, weren't there? And it kind of went past them both, and it wasn't the best bit of fielding in the world. So you've got to get that long barrier out on these rough grounds, because chances are it will bobble. That's just the way it is at the moment. Without the rain, we're not getting. So yeah, so this is the 3rd ODI of the series, of course, and I see the cups up there.
Yeah.
Very nice cup, the Kleenclad Cup. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when does that get presented at the end of the game?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So are you the presenter of the cup, or is there a local celebrity around here, or?
That is a good point, actually. Yeah, we'll have to We will be seeing.
That's going to be close, and
it is.
yes, he's gone. And I think he knew as soon as he missed that ball that chances are. So he's gone LBW, going for the big sweep, slog sweep shot, and he knew. You kind of know when you play that shot, if it hits you on the pads, that chances are you're right in front and you're going to go. But 45 of 36 balls, 6 fours. Great knock from Steve.
Yeah, good breakthrough for the USA.
And it looks like, the drinks are coming out for the fielders. I don't think this is an official drinks break, is it?
No.
Where are we? 10.4 overs in. And it's warm today, but not necessarily as warm as it has been earlier in the week, and particularly yesterday, where some of the over 60s championship knockout games were cancelled because of the heat, the potential heat situation. So I think we've got Timor Allen coming in now, number 3. There he is, striding out.
Yeah, you could tell how warm of a day it was yesterday. I was heading to a pub quiz in the evening, and even at 6, coming up to 7 o'clock, the sun was still beating down in Birmingham last night. My goodness. God, still had to have my cap on.
Well, we were in Solihull yesterday, Owen. So we played a 40 over game, which is the kind of regulation if it gets to a certain degree, and drinks every 10 overs. But it worked out okay. So yeah, it was a very warm day yesterday. It's not quite so warm today, I don't think, is it? It's, I suspect though it's when you're moving around out there, it's quite humid. Anyway, the USA guys have had a short drinks interval. I don't think that was the official drinks interval.
Yeah, Timor Allen then to come in to join Richard Merriman. He had a great hit at Cheadle Hulme that got him into the inland side.
Was that Mr. Palmer walking past, making you know, threatening gestures at me, Owen? Do you want to know why he was doing that? Shall I tell you why?
Go for it.
I promised I wouldn't mention Cornwall's win over Warwickshire while we're on live on air, yeah. But
big old win for Cornwall then, Trevor. Tridy.
well, not unexpected, you know, not unexpected. We'll talk about that at some time when he's out of earshot. You know, he's. Anyway, Timor's off the mark. I mean, this has been a breakthrough season for Timor, hasn't it? I mean, you've seen him come through the Lions this year, and into the main team, and scored a lot of runs, Owen, and you've been impressed with him, I think, haven't you?
Yeah, really impressed. I've got to say, it's been so pleasing to see. And we've seen that with the Lions, of some players really coming through and making their mark in some of these games.
That's a great shot.
Lovely, isn't it?
Oh, there's a fielder down there. Now, let's hope he's going to stop that.
Yeah.
Yes, he does. Oh, little relay throw. Rich is going to pick up a couple. But yeah, he's you've been impressed, I think, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. You know, he had that great hit at Cheadle Hulme. I think it was near a century. Yeah, I believe it was either 80 or 90 runs at Cheadle. But yeah, he had a fantastic hit, comes into the side, and since then, it's been quite a mainstay of this side. It just shows that, you know, if you have some really consistent performances in the Lions, then you can really get going for some of these games, especially when it comes to those Grey Ashes games. You can really test your mettle against Australia. And they did just that, wasn't it? What a end-to-end series. But even games like this, it gives a chance, and obviously the Lions playing at Hamworthy tomorrow against the USA, and that final game for the US against England this summer. It just gives players that chance, really, just to break through. And you look at the likes of, you know, Jason Corns, who's been in here, there and everywhere in terms of Lions skipper, and he's involved today as well.
Yes, I think Mel Dobson is the change from the what we thought might be the team, isn't it? So I think Mel's dropped out in the last couple of days. So Jason has come in, and that was going to be, well, there was going to be one other change, wasn't there? Lee Self was not in this side originally, with just that one change from the last game. But you're absolutely right. The Lions has meant that players have got a chance to prove themselves at this level, and Timor's a shining example of taking that chance with both hands.
Yes, certainly so. You can just see the sight screens being moved once again.
I think that's Phil Deakin moving the sight screens, isn't it?
Yeah.
There we go. So good sight screen work from Mr. Deakin. very talented, these Lancashire guys. They can turn their hand to anything.
We mentioned Phil Deakin just as we came on air. That's a cracking shot as they'll go towards the boundary. Great from Timor Alam as he moves on to 5 runs off 3 deliveries.
And that's the thing I like about Timor. It doesn't matter whether it's the third ball he's received or the 23rd ball. If it's a poor ball like that was, he is going to put it away.
Yeah, we mentioned Phil Deakin. Trevor, he'll be licking his lips when it comes to the USA innings. He only needs 3 more wickets to become the England over 60s record wicket taker, and that he would overtake Jim Phillips with that. He's currently the record holder at 51 wickets.
Oh, wow. That's good intel, Owen. Yeah. Wow. Do you think Phil knows that?
Ooh, good shout, actually. Yeah, I would say he was pleased with himself at Chipping Camden when, obviously, the USA bowled out for 46. He took 4 that day on Sunday. It's brilliant from him.
Yeah.
He always takes a few. He took 3 at his home ground of Littleborough for the first ODI against Australia. So he's had a few this summer where he's really took a few, and I reckon he might be really relishing that chance come after tea.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's bowled really well. He's just been too good for these guys. And I think, as we said when we were talking about it a little bit on Monday, that when you're batting against a guy like Phil, you've got to play positively.
Yeah.
And if you kind of get caught in no man's land where you're not sure if you're playing aggressively against him, or whether you're trying to defend in a way though you're looking for the single, and if you're just prodding around, he's going to get you. Simple as that. And that's what's been happening. So 4 for 6 it was, I think, looking at my notes in that game for him. So there's more runs there. Yeah, Timor's just picked up another loose ball, I'm afraid. Another 4.
Yeah, a few of those coming into the US's play now, isn't it, really? Say Timor, 9 off 4 for him then now. Brilliant from him.
So this is 80 for 1. So racing along it, already. I wonder if 400 is on today, because we've had some 350s, haven't we? So let's see if we can maybe get a 400. It's a very fast outfield, and he's hit it. These guys hit the ball well. It's hard to defend on here.
It is. You're right.
And especially with someone like Richard, who's now on strike, and you've got the guys kind of on the edge of the ring, and he's going to get a single to all of them on the edge of the ring. So I don't quite know why they're on the edge of the ring, because you've got guys out on the boundary who are definitely, hoping to save the 4, keep it to 1. Oh, there we go. There's Ravi in there, so he's the only one really who's going to save a single. Looking at the field setups, anywhere else in this ring, it's going to be a certain single.
Yeah, you really could be right there, Trevor. He could see a 400 on the cards. It'd be the first time this summer they've won the highest totals ever put up by the England over 60s. They reached a target of about 360, I want to say, against the West Indies earlier this summer. That was the highest we've seen, I think, this year.
Yeah, I've got the notes here. I might be able to just confirm that for you. Yeah, 367 for 5. Is that the one you're thinking of?
That's right, yeah. That's the highest one we've seen this summer.
Yeah, Steve Small, 113 not out.
That's right. Oh, yeah.
But yeah, Steve's a good left-hander, but yeah, well, on the Lions game he was out early, wasn't he, on Monday? And I think he only got 4 yesterday against Yorkshire for playing for Worcestershire in the last 16. So he'll be looking to bounce back in the Tri-Nations, which I imagine he'll be involved in.
How did Worcestershire get on yesterday, Trevor, my county?
Yeah, they lost,
Oh, no.
I'm afraid, Owen. Yeah, they lost to Yorkshire. Now, Yorkshire are the number 1 seeds, and Worcestershire were number 16 seeds. So, but the Worcestershire boys were so confident of travelling up to Yorkshire and winning that they've booked a tour for next week when the next round is. So that's what Steve told me. I don't think they deliberately did that. I think they just thought, well, they booked a tour anyway. So,
Yeah.
but they sneaked into the cup competition on the last day of the last round of group matches, when Hertfordshire were expected to take that 16th place, but they'd lost surprisingly to Berkshire, who'd never won a game all season, and that promoted Worcestershire up. So maybe Hertfordshire didn't fancy going up to Yorkshire. But no, I'm afraid your county are now out of the competition, so they need you to accelerate your ageing, Owen, so you can play for them. So not wishing your life away, of course. So in 40 years' time, or however old you are, you'll be able to play for Worcestershire over 60s. You know. I wonder what that cricket will look like in that time when you're this age. I wonder what it'll look like then.
That's a really intriguing point, isn't it? Come 2060.
Well, it'd be interesting to see how the technology is, because, you know, if you were to go back 10 years in seniors cricket and say you'd have this kind of setup covering the matches, you'd be astonished. And I honestly think at a certain level of amateur cricket, there will be replays. You know, the DRS system of sorts, because the technology is there, isn't it? It just needs a little camera on the umpire. You obviously need someone to review it. But we're seeing the replays in the commentary box, aren't we? So there's no reason with a couple of extra cameras, you know, the ball tracking stuff, you know, someone's going to, it's all going to evolve, isn't it? Which I think is quite exciting. Do you like the technology in cricket?
Yeah, I do like it, actually. It's I always really find it fascinating, you know, quite a few sports incorporating, you know, match officials obviously in a video format now. You know, the likes of rugby, tennis. I know tennis had Wimbledon had a bit of controversy with it at Wimbledon, with Hawkeye being automated for the first time properly.
Yes, not having the officials there, the line judges in their very smart regalia, a very traditional part. But I'm afraid technology has no respect for tradition sometimes, does it? And it's getting the balance right between the two, isn't it?
That's right. This is better from Natvi in the bowling. Only limiting. Still a few singles though, 5 singles and a dot ball to end that over.
Yeah, so Richard Merriman, 25 off 33. Timur Alam, 13 off 9. 86 for 1 off 13. Is anybody communicating? Have we got any chat going on? I don't know. Where do we see that?
Let's have a look.
Let's encourage because Kevin Hicks from Cornwall, who's been a bit of a chatter on the group, he's here live today, actually.
Oh.
He's in the crowd. So we won't get any abuse from him on there. So and Chris Dennis is also here, and so he's normally a bit of a subscriber on the chat as well. So he's here as well.
Yeah, nothing just yet, but we've got 53 live viewers. If you'd like to get in touch and let us know where you're watching from across the world, then do tune in. Thanks for tuning in, everybody, as we approach 1 o'clock.
Right, so Prem Gill is into the attack. I did a bit of research, you know, if none of the USA side of bowlers have taken more than 2 wickets in a match this year, as far as I can see. So if someone takes 3 wickets today, they will be top of the pops. And no one's had a 50 yet for them either. Ravi Series 44 is the top score. Has he stopped that? I think he has, hasn't he? Yeah. Oh, was that? Oh, he's throwing the ball on the ground. Was that a chance? Maybe. That was like a Rizwan sheet. I wasn't watching the replay then. I don't know. It didn't look like a chance from the naked eye, did it? But his body language afterwards suggested either hurt himself or it was a chance. So
yeah, it was hit powerfully, wasn't it, by Timur? He loves to hit a ball. Gill comes in for his second delivery of the over. Oh, it's fantastic. Well fielded though.
Yeah. Yeah, there's Ravi out there in that key position. So he's got himself at backward point deep. He's got a deep extra cover in front of his CK. So it feels like they've got their best 2 fielders potentially, although CK won't have been impressed with the way that one went through him a few overs ago. And then everybody else, with the exception of deep square leg, is kind of in the ring. Yeah, Ravi's in action again. Good arm as well. So you guys are covering the game tomorrow, the Lions game, the final game of this little 6-match series for the Americans?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Hamworthy Cricket Club near Poole. Be nice to be there. Timur, it's up in the air. They would have a few more runs.
They're not going to stop that. They're not going to stop
fantastic. That. It is a quick outfield, isn't it?
Yeah. So that's why I think you've got guys on the edge of the circle there, and if it goes past them, they're just not going to stop it. So they're going to get a single to them anyway on the edge of the circle. So my thought is, well, in that case, push them all the way back, and they'll still only get a single if they're good fielders. So put them in no man's land on the edge of the circle, and as we saw there, I mean, if he'd have been back there, he would have saved that boundary, and they'd have probably got one. But because he's on the edge of the circle, Timor and Richard are definitely going to take a single if it goes straight to him, and if it goes either side of him, as we just saw, it's 4. So, not that. Oh, he's flicked that away. Oh, there is a guy out there at deep square.
Yeah, 93 for 1 then for England as they approach 100 runs ever so quickly. They'll get there before the drinks break. Merriman, as we say, you know, going away quite nicely. 26 off 34. Put a dot ball there to end that first opening deal over.
Yeah, 7 runs off the over? Yeah, 7 runs off the over. But it is a very fast outfield, and the guys are running very well between the wicket. And as we keep mentioning, there's a 1 pretty much anywhere. Okay, same bowler. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Syed Abid Navq. Oh, is he going to change the angle? The sight screen's got to be moved here. Where's Phil Deakin when you need him to move the sight screen?
Ravi series on it now.
What are they doing now? They're just.
Oh, there we go.
Just yeah, that'll do. Just split the sight screens. Oh no, they've got. They want the other one joined up. I mean, this guy is so ferociously fast that it's, you don't want to lose the ball in the without the sight screens. That's it. Join them up. There we go. There's a bloke sat down in a chair over there. Do you think he's a volunteer sight screen mover, or maybe not? Because he didn't jump up and offer to do that, did he? Can we see him there? We got him on screen. He doesn't realise he's in the picture there. Looks like he's got his picnic there. He's got a big picnic there as well, hasn't he? It looks like he's got enough food for a week there in all those bags. Look,
it's a great, it's a great crowd forming, isn't it? Quite a few people.
But it is the best place to watch, actually, behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah.
Oh, that's poor fielding. That really is poor fielding. Has that gone for? It has.
Done for 4, yeah.
Right, who's that out there? I'm going to have to wait till he turns around with his number on it. It might be Rizwan, actually, looking through there. Could be Rizwan, the vice-captain. He'll be very unhappy with that. That was really poor. Right, okay. So Timor racing to 19. He could get a big score today. If he stays in for another 10 overs, he's going to get a big score. But I'd like to see Razzie come in early, actually, Owen. I'd like to see Razzie come in 4 or 5 and just play Razzie's way and see what happens.
Yeah, certainly.
That'll entertain the biggish crowd here today, you know, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's quite a few people on the far side. So, yeah, a few youngsters on the ground as well, looking for a bit of learning from these I'm going to say experienced cricketers.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say old blokes, because I'm one of them. Experienced cricketers.
Yeah, 98 for 1. As they look to try and reach 100 runs, they'll get to 99 off that then. With that single, 2 more deliveries then, before the drinks break, to try and reach 100 runs.
Yeah, that'd be a good base. I mean, if they continue at this rate, they're going to get 300. So they've got to be looking to push on way beyond 300. As you say, let's go for that highest score of the year, which I think we said was 367, didn't we? There we go. 367 for 5. against the West Indies, and on June the 18th.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Trevor. When you've got, say, come that second drinks break, or even with 10 overs to go, if you've still got 5, 6, 7 wickets in hand, you can really just start to swing, can't you? And then you don't know what sort of target you can reach.
Well, that's the thing, Owen, and of course you're then playing for the team and not for yourself. So you're just gunning it, and if you get out, you get out. But it's not at this level. It's not an easy thing to do that, because you don't want to go in there and hit the first ball for 6 and get out on the second ball, because then people say, oh, you only got 6. Yeah. And of course, if you hit the second ball for 6, then on you go. But anyway, players are coming off for drinks, so I think you need to do a bit of sponsor work, don't you? Is that right? That's
right, yes. We can just have a mention from one of our bid sponsors, the bid sponsor of this Kleenclad Cup. Here's a bid message from our sponsors, Kleenclad.
It's on one.
So that's the little commercial for Kleenclad, and in a few overs' time, Owen's going to be joined by a representative from Kleenclad to talk about the organisation and their sponsorship of the over 60s cricket. So I think the drinks break is almost done. With England 15 overs into their innings, 100 exactly for 1 wicket. Richard Merriman, former captain of this side, is on 27, and Timur Alam on 25. So, yeah, and of course yesterday was a very big day for the over 60s county championship. Lots of teams playing in the first round of knockout games yesterday. Some didn't happen because of the weather, but yeah, there were 6 games in the main competition, the last 16 of the Cup. So we've mentioned Yorkshire beating Worcestershire. The guys from Gloucestershire, they won at Suffolk. Cornwall beat Warwickshire. Did I mention that before? Cornwall beat Warwickshire. And then an easy win for Essex over Surrey. Wales beat the Yorkshire riding side. The Middlesex Staffordshire game was one of those that was didn't go ahead because of the weather, as did Kent and Oxfordshire. So they'll go again, but they have to play their games before Sunday. And then in the final game, Holders Lancashire just got home against Bedfordshire in the final over. Phil Deacon, who's playing today, made a very important 37 not out. They needed 24 off the last 3 overs, and Phil hit a couple of boundaries also, 2 sixes in there after Simon Anderson had made 82 earlier on, Ian Barton 39. And yeah, so that was probably the closest game. So the quarter-final lineup at the moment is Yorkshire against Gloucestershire, Cornwall against Essex, Wales against either Middlesex or Staffordshire, and Kent or Oxfordshire against Lancashire. And those games will be played next Tuesday, which is the 19th of August. So Owen's having a slight break here to get ready for his interview with the representative from Kleenclad, which will be coming up in around about the 20 over mark. So he's left me to it here. Oh, there's a short ball and there's 4 runs. Thank you. Oh no, 6 runs. Big hit. I lost that in the trees there a little bit. So great hit from Timor. So first ball after drinks, hit it for 6. That's the sort of cricket that we're looking for. So for these guys, this is their 5th game in 8 days against either England Lions or the England ODI side, and their tour finishes tomorrow with their yeah, Richards just pushed that out to the boundary. An easy single. So just trying to see whether I can spot who's got the pads on, who might be coming in next. I think Neil Brathwaite I can see is padded up, but he's got his kind of blue or whatever colour it is training top on. So now there's runs here. There's going to be a lot of runs here. This has gone down to fine leg. Field is in pursuit. I think it might be Ravi Suri, the captain, and actually he's done a great job there, just keeping that down to 2. Yeah, that was Ravi. I think the batsmen were thinking there was going to be 3 there, but he was very quick to chase that ball down there. Kept it down to 2. Oh, get the feet out there. A lot of people say, "Wow, in over 60s cricket, you've got to be using your hands all the time," but sometimes you have to make full use of all your facilities. So a little bit of feet action there, kept it down to a single. Takes Timor on to 35 off just 22 balls. I wonder what the fastest 50 for England is in an ODI, because in terms of, oh, now that's not very good. Number 99 there, just tried to flick it, nearly sent CK a dummy there with a little sidestep. That was Sankar Jaram, and that could have been costly. But in the end, they got away with it, just a single. So there we go, 16 overs gone, 11 off that over, 112 for 1. So the way things are going, you've got to be thinking it's going to be 370, 380. 400 must be within range on this particular start. So it's a tough gig then when you're the fielding captain and you're thinking, well, okay, these lads are getting away all the time. How can we kind of put the brakes on a little bit? Try and get a wicket somehow. Keep mixing up the bowling. Right, so who's coming on now? There doesn't seem to be anybody looking to bowl at this end. Maybe he's brought the umpire on to bowl. Who is coming on to bowl? Oh, actually, it looks like we've got a... I'm trying to see who that is. I think there's a... Here we go. There's a guy taking his hat off here. He's going to spin round. I'm going to see his number. Yeah, it's Abid. Number 30 on his back. Yeah, Syed Abid Navki, who was bowling at that end before drink. So he's continued on. He's had 4 overs, 1 for 29 so far. And Richards driven that down the ground. There is a man down there at deep mid-off. They're going to look for 2, are they? No, good pick-up. Yeah, it's got it in. So just the single. So that takes Richards to 30 off 39 balls. Been out there 73 minutes, 2 fours. Now there's runs galore there. I think that's going to go for 4 as well. There he goes, 4 more to Timor. Well-placed shot. Didn't really put anything into that. Just guided it down through backward point. A kind of shot when you're in form and you're feeling confident. That's the sort of shot you play. So great shot. So he's already on 39, and at the moment he's going to get he could easily get 50 in less than 30 balls. So if any of our listeners know whether if he achieves that, it would be where that sits in the records of England over 60s in terms of quick 50s. That would be good to know. Now he's pushed that into the gap. Oh, there's a fielder coming in there, just a single. So he's within 2 shots of his 50 now, 40 not out, 24 balls. And Richard's put it in exactly the same place, and he's going to collect exactly the same 4 runs. Yeah, very good shot. Again, just using the width of the ball, the pace of the ball, and just steering it into that gap. It's amazing when you do play cricket. Sometimes you've got, when you think about it, you should find the gaps more often than the fielders. When you look at where the fielders are and the huge gaps between them. But it's amazing how many times when we bat, we manage to hit it straight to the fielders. But Richard and Timor showing a masterclass there in how to place it in the gap. So we've got the deep extra cover has now become kind of wide, deep backward point really. We've also got a third man, but he's kind of on the edge of the circle, so I'm not quite sure what he's doing there really. I would tend to, because I think at the pace this guy's bowling and the chances of one of them edging it are pretty remote. So I think I might be inclined to get rid of him and bring him into the front. Maybe move deep extra round and then have that deep backward point instead of a third man. Anyway, that's the end of the over. And the score is 123 for 1. So that's 22 runs off the 2 overs since drinks. 35 to Richard Merriman, 40 to Timor Alam. And Richard will be on strike to start the 18th over of the innings. So I mentioned the Over 60s Cup yesterday. There was also one game in the Over 60s Vars, which is the next 8 teams are in that. So there are 3 cup competitions, so the next 8 teams are in that. Only one game went ahead, and that was Cheshire, who, thanks to Paul Radige's 62, beat Wiltshire, who made 186 for 7. Mark Banner made 50 not out. It was a close game because they only needed 11 off the last ball of the last over, and but they only managed to get 7. So Cheshire go through. Phil Jones picked up 40 runs, 4 wickets for 40 runs. Phil took part in the over 65s thing that we had in Bath a couple of weeks ago. Hadn't played for a little while, I think through work commitments, and bowled really well in the 65s 2-day, 2 innings match that we had. And yeah, got picked for Wiltshire first 11 this week, took 4 for 40. So that was great for him. Yeah, so that was the only game in the Vars yesterday. So the other games were all called off because of the weather, but they can be replayed next Tuesday because they are effectively quarter-final games, and they've got that kind of bonus week in the Vars and the Bowl competition because of there's fewer teams in it than the Cup competition. Anyway, we have a change of bowling at the pavilion end, and Prem Series coming on. Sorry. Prem Series coming on, number 17. That kept a bit low on Richard. He kind of dug that out. I don't know whether any of you saw the amazing shot that Rashid Khan played in the 100, which is on the various websites, where it was like a golf shot. He was standing way outside off stump, and he kind of flicked it into the crowd. So I don't know whether Richard was watching that and whether we'll see him try and play that same shot during this innings. But driven down to mid-on. There's probably one for the throw there if they really ran quickly. Underarm throw. He's coming in off the boundary. But it's not like they need necessarily every quick single at this stage of the game. Right, so Timor on 40. Can he get to 50 in less than 30 balls? He's cracked that away. Has he found the gap? No. He's only found the fielder. He's only going to get a single. So it's a slightly overcast day here today at Hursley Park in Hampshire. So if you're in the area and you're watching this, do come on down. They've got a great setup here, and there's quite a good crowd on the ground already. So plenty of space if you bring your own chairs and picnic and all that sort of stuff. That's the way to watch cricket in these kind of grounds. Richard's down the ground there, but he's hit it to the fielder on the edge of the circle, and yeah, relatively easy single. So he's pushing on to 37. So I'm wondering if these guys will, if they get to 50, will they retire or will they bat on? It's an opportunity for them to get a big score, of course, so they'll be keen to stay out there for sure. All right, Timor's, again, he's played it down the ground, but they're just going to amble a single. So, yeah, not really putting the bowler under fielder under pressure there. Yeah, so as I said, in the Vase, Cheshire beat Wiltshire in the only game. So the lineup for the semi-finals is Hertfordshire or Cambridgeshire against Cheshire, Somerset or Buckinghamshire against Leicestershire or Hampshire, because all their games are off. And then in the bowl competition, all 4 matches took place. So there was a win for Devon over Lincolnshire. Lincolnshire 231. Devon chased it down for the loss of 3 wickets. A century for Chris Cook for Devon and a century for Mark Davis for Lincolnshire. And another high-scoring game. Berkshire really come to the party, having not won a game until the last group game, and then they won the prelim bowl match, and now they've won the bowl quarter-final match. So they beat Durham, made 271 for 9. Chris Petts made 82. So they're through. Derbyshire got through against Northamptonshire despite David Heathfield's 101 for Northamptonshire, and then in the final game Sussex went through. They got past North for a score of 207 for 7. So the semi-final lineup for the bowl, which I think is in 2 weeks' time, is Berkshire against Derbyshire, Devon against Sussex. Right, so we do have a change of bowling at the Woodland end, and it looks like Rizwan Sheikh, the vice captain's coming on to bowl. So he's bowling to Timor, who's guided it away. Now there's got to be at least 2 there. Yeah, easy 2. Okay, so Timor advances his score to 44 off 27 balls. So he's only got 2 balls to get 6 runs if he's going to get a sub-30 ball 50. You probably won't know that detail of information. Let's see if he's going to try and do it. He'll know he's on 44 because of the great scoreboard here. So, and he's just cut it away for a single. Straight to the fielder this time. Backward point. So he's going to have to hit a 6 off his 29th ball to get that sub 30 ball 50. There we go. Right, so Rizwan to Richard Merriman. This is the 19th over, and we're going to have a change in the commentary box at 20 overs. Richard was keen on the single there, but Timor not so keen. Richard's very fit and alert. He's always putting pressure on the field. He's looking for those little gaps. Even if it's a good ball, he's looking to steer it in a place where he can get a single. And then if it's a bad ball, he's going to thump it. So he's just, again, got the guy on, he's inside the circle there, square leg, but there was never any hesitation that they weren't going to take a single to him. Good run in between the wickets. All these youngsters on the ground, I'm hoping that they're watching this run in between the wickets, because it's so important. And it's I don't know whether youngsters get coached on how to run between the wickets. I'm sure they get batting and bowling coaching, but there's got to be 2 there. Surely there's got to be 2 there. Yeah, Richard's definitely coming back for 2 there. But do they get coached on how to run between the wickets? Always think there's going to be 2. You can always go back on the second run, but very often you watch club cricketers. They'll take the single and they'll wait in their ground, and then they'll check and see whether there might be 2, and then they'll either say yes or no. Usually no. But if you set off for the second, you can always come back. Right, here we go. Timor, he needed a 6 off that ball to get his sub-30 ball 50, but he's content just to push it out into the covers for a single. So, yeah, he's not going to do that. So we're going to work on the basis that someone, somewhere in the archives, scored 50 for England off 30 balls, or, well, off less than 30 balls. End of the over, 19 overs gone, 134 for 1. So, yeah, haven't had a boundary for, or it doesn't feel like we've had a boundary for a couple of overs. So the sort of ambition of 400 is just slowed up a little bit now. All right, so yeah, Prem Suri is going to continue from the pavilion end. As I say, I think at the end of this over that Matt's coming. Sorry, not Matt. Mason. Owen Mason. I should know the names of these guys by now. He's coming back, I think, into the scoring area. Yeah, it's coming back, and I think he's going to be with someone from Kleenclad who's heading this way now. So you're going to learn all about that. Right, overthrows here now. Yeah, it's. Come on, there's another one there. Oh. Yeah, definitely one for the throw there as well. Right, Timor's 49 now. Richard's 38. And we're coming to, this is the 20th over of the innings. Oh, Richard was going for the late cut there, and that's the first time in a long time that the ball has been missed and has gone through to Peter Jones, the keeper, who hasn't had a lot to do in this innings, but took that very well. So as a keeper, you're always alert, and that's a good shot from Richard. There's a first dive. Oh no, that's terrible. That's really shocking. So yeah, that's the captain as well. He'd be disappointed with that. You've really got to get that long barrier down on an outfield that's dry and hard and a little bit unreliable, but that's just the way it is with the weather. So yeah, that's not great fielding. So he'll be disappointed with that. Anyway, Richard Merriman now into the 40s on the back of that, and he's down the track again, and this time just scoots out, and Peter Jones very alert to that. No chance of a quick single. It's also very frustrating when you're the bowler when that kind of fielding happens as well. So, right, he's cut that. He's found the gap. That's going to be 4. No one's going to stop that, I don't think. Or are they? Maybe they are. Maybe they are. Oh, yeah, well, actually, yeah, the ball's going to stop itself. So, little relay throw. And in the end, just a couple. So, runs beginning to flow again. Seven off this over so far. Right, last ball of the over. Prem Suri comes in, and Richard cracks it through into the offside, and better fielding this time. Just a single. So that's the end of the over, and I'm just looking around now to see what's going on here. So I think we're going to have a change in the commentary box. I'm going to hand you back to Owen, and he's going to be here with a representative from Kleenclad.
If you want to just spell out your name just so we can get it on the lower thirds. Yeah, that's great. Brilliant. And we'll get you on. Right, I've handed that over to you. I'll put my hats on, get out of the way. Fans, Trevor, yes, we're back here on the commentary desk. 142 for 1. England really hitting with some purpose now. Unaffected by that wicket loss at 68 for 1 of Steve Aston. Richard Merriman, 45 off 53, And Timor Allen, 1 run shy of a half century. And now on the commentary desk, we're pleased to say we're being joined by a representative from Kleenclad. Selva, welcome.
Thank you very much.
How are you? You all right?
I'm absolutely fabulous today.
That's brilliant.
And, what a nice day it is today.
There you go, the CEO of Kleenclad, Dr. Selva Animalai. Thank you very much for joining us here on the commentary desk. You know, with it being the Kleenclad Cup, you know, the final game of this series, we've had one of our bid sponsors really of this whole tour, this whole summer really. Just let the audience know what Kleenclad do.
Kleenclad is a company which is formed initially for helping with hospital infrastructure and doing the right thing in terms of keeping up the cleanliness, which is paramount within a hospital. But then subsequently, especially post-COVID, we realized that this is something which cannot be contained within the hospital, but the bugs are everywhere. So we started having it even outside the hospital facility, typically in sort of a kitchens which are prone for infection for foodborne bacteria or fungi, and also in closed areas like change rooms of sports clubs, or it can be in bathrooms where it's sort of frequented by a lot of people. So these are things which Kleenclad is concentrating in, not just education, but also in providing such services there.
Ah, brilliant. So, Selva, how long have you been involved in the sport of cricket then? How long has that been Kleenclad's one of their main jobs?
No, I have been involved in cricket since I was in school.
Oh,
That's
fantastic, yeah.
maybe 40 years ago. But then, since I started training to be a doctor, I did not have much time to be playing cricket. But still, I'm very much fond of the game.
Yes.
And that's the reason why we picked up to be associated with cricket. And especially in the senior league, because that's a place where people want to stay fit and healthy as well. And this is a sport which definitely 100% has a lot of potential for that.
Definitely so. Yeah, we'll just break off just ever so slightly as Timor Allen gets to 50 runs with that boundary, 53 not out for him. As England move on to 149 for 1. Brilliant stuff from Merriman and Allen. And yes, obviously, with it being the Kleenclad Cup, how honoured are you to have a cup, named after your fantastic company? That must be quite an honour for you and the guys at the company.
Yes, we are very, very fortunate to be associated with a sport like cricket, and also to start promoting, so that I hope so that we will be doing more in the coming years for senior crickets. And also I hope this sort of a thing gets into other companies like Kleenclad to promote the game as it is.
Great. Yeah, I would say, are you based in this country just now, or is it the whole company? Is that abroad as well, or is it just in this country?
The company is registered in London, and we have everything which is manufactured in the UK. We have a factory associated with a company in Ireland, in Belfast, where most of the things are manufactured there, and then we have other things being manufactured in Derby, Rugby, but we export all these things along with the expertise and the consultations as well to India, to Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Maldives, and recently we've started doing a lot of work in the Middle East, starting from Dubai.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, so it's like, we've mentioned it quite a bit this summer, but even when you look at, in terms of changing rooms in general, as you say, quite a breeding ground for bacteria, but in terms of like, how important is it just to keep just incredibly high standards of hygiene? Of course it is. As a doctor, that's paramount.
It is. It is paramount, because I think now we are up against arms, or we're just battling against an invisible enemy. Yeah, If it is something which we know, it's fine. But this is something which is invisible, and we have to be careful and try to prevent, because we are running out of options. Previously, we thought, okay, it's fine. We get an infection, we have antibiotics, it's fine. I'm going to live. But the bugs are getting cleverer, and not many of them are listening to the antibiotics what we have now.
So it's almost, in that sense, Salva, it's almost, getting that first layer of defence in the changing room first of all, because at least then you are trying to protect as much as possible, I suppose.
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly where we want to come in, because typically most change rooms are sort of an enclosed space, and they are quite crampy. They have shirts coming in, or the players coming in with sweaty t-shirts or sweaty sort of clothes, and they might have an infection, and they don't have open space. And what Kleenclad can do is, with that antimicrobial surface, at least if there's a splash of sweat or something like on the wall, it cleans it automatically. When I say cleans it automatically, if it's a bacteria or any other infection, it is actively killed. You don't need to wait for it to be cleaned by somebody.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting stuff, because it just shows how, as you say, the viruses are getting smarter, and that's just showing in this sort of day and age when the technology, you're almost having to keep up with it. Keep up with trying to, like, especially COVID amplified it. Of course it did.
Yes.
In terms of like where it is now, where you see it in the next 10 years, it's almost trying to just keep on top of it, keep ahead of it, so we don't have another situation like that on our hands. It's a tough one to balance, though, isn't it?
Absolutely. We can't afford to have another COVID. Or it's not just COVID, any other infection. It can be a fungal infection. We have seen a huge spurt of cases of fungal infection post-COVID. That's typically because the immunity of the human beings have come down drastically post-COVID. And we have to be cleverer, and we have to take steps to prevent such things rather than depending upon cure. So going back to the dictum of prevention better than cure.
Yeah, I'll just break up again just ever so slightly. Timo Allen on 58, but Richard Merriman has also just reached his half-century with that boundary. England on to 159 for one. And from a cricketing point of view, as you say, you've been involved in the sport of cricket for many a year. What have you made of England so far today? You must have been impressed with how they've started. Only, say, halfway through the overs, had a very commendable score of 159 for the loss of one wicket.
It's up. They've done exceedingly well. But looking at the ground, it's fairly a big ground, and to get a boundary on this ground is not going to be easy. leave alone for the seniors, even for regular people. This is going to be a big ground, and they've done very well. And running between wickets is fantastic.
Yeah, say we've mentioned your company as one of the 6 bid sponsors of the England over 60s team. How nice is it to have your name against such a the over 60s cricket across the world, but even in England, it's growing exponentially over the last few years. How nice is it for your company to be able to just be promoted? Every game. We always mention you and how much work you put in, how much tireless work, as you've just mentioned. In terms of what you've been doing over the last many a year. So it's how important is that, just to have your name out there, just so many more people can learn about your work?
Yeah, we are very much privileged to have the name more than anything else. And I think it's something to drive home a message that Kleenclad will be there, not just as a sponsor, but also to drive home a message that it's something which is very much close to our hearts, to make sure that things are clean in a sport which can be affected by infection or some disease. So it's not going to take place immediately, but we are at the moment in association with another cricket club in Yorkshire, trying to change their entire change rooms, their bathrooms, everything together with Kleenclad. And I'm just hoping when that will be done, so that we can actually look at it. And I want the feedbacks from the players, from the people who are using it, to see what they feel about the safety of having something like that as compared to what they had before.
Yeah, in that sense, Selby, you almost, with these local clubs, really building up their technology in that sense, in terms of building up what they've got for their changing rooms, as you say, almost to where they were. They might not have had many adaptations to it over the years, to really just increasing that, really making that top notch as possible.
Yes, that's right. It's a safety net. You need to feel there has to be an element of safety and luxury. Luxury is not going to be compromised. It's going to be exactly the same. But are you going to be safe in an enclosed space? That's exactly what we are trying to promote.
Yeah, 164 for one then for England. Merriman on 57 off 65, Allen 59 off 37. Great for Timor Allen and Richard Merriman with 22 overs remaining, both hitting extremely well. I don't want to put you on the spot, Selva, but how many cricket clubs are you involved with in terms of how much, roughly anyway, if you haven't done a ballpark figure, but how many cricket clubs have you been involved with, obviously increasing this technology?
As a cricket club, I think we've just been acknowledged to only one, that is in Yorkshire, and this is the second one.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Even so, it's just, raising that awareness, isn't it? Because, in terms of, as you mentioned, you had it right there, a safety net. That is definitely the right way to describe that. That's right. It's brilliant. No, it's just great to hear from just how much it's just integral to this sport in terms of, as you say, can be, in terms of being out of the sport, in terms of for an injury, or as something that's quite frustrating as coming down with an illness. You don't want that to really hamper your play, do you?
Yeah, because the sports have this sport has evolved so much that currently now you have sort of academies which can actually map the way you're bowling, you're batting, to prevent injuries from happening in the future. That's something which physical injuries. But what we are trying to do is to also reduce the chance of any infection or anything which can be hampering the wellness of the players. That's something which, and it's not going to be difficult to do it. It's just a mindset. Once we have a mindset to have a safe, clean living space, which is used by multiple people inside. It's not like living in a house. It's a common area.
Yes.
And we are trying to bring in an element of cleanliness in a common area.
So the partnership there, 100 runs between Richard Merriman and Timor Allen now. Brilliant to see from them in just under an hour of play for them both. And Salva, I know this is looking into our crystal ball in terms of where the future goes, because obviously technology in all aspects of life is really just changing all the time, my goodness. But in the next 5 to 10 years, where can you see the future of your company going?
I think we just want to expand and also educate the people in such a way that we are able to offer a clean sort of a space.
Yes.
It's people are looked at, like, for example, we've done a lot of things in India, and in Sri Lanka, in Bangladesh, some in the UK, and now we're starting in Middle East as well. But most of the work is done in a hospital surroundings. We've started doing in a lot of five-star hotel kitchens, which they want to have a clean cooking areas, for example.
Oh, that again is so important, isn't it?
Yeah.
For something as they want to keep as high a standard as possible for cleanliness, that is just, again, paramount for that, isn't it? For that sort of walk of life.
Yeah, and we've brought it used to be expensive. What we are talking about in antimicrobial wall cladding used to be expensive before, and maybe not affordable for outside the hospital or five-star hotel kitchens. Now Kleenclad has made it much more affordable to be used by most people, even by like what I mentioned about in change rooms. It doesn't have to be once it's expensive, for example, then people are averse to using it, and then they see the risk versus benefit, and the risk is they're going to drain the pocket.
That's right.
Yeah. So
There's no barrier to that then, is there? Because in terms of, as you just mentioned, at one point it used to be quite an expensive thing to do, but in terms now you've made it quite, in terms of you've made it more viable, really.
yes, it's more viable and more affordable. So at this present time, I think there should be a thing where, compared to any other wall covering, they have to use something, as long as it's not too expensive compared to what they're using as for example, a tiles or just a wooden fascia. And Kleenclad is not any more expensive than any of them. So we made the product per se affordable, more economical, and within the reach of most people around.
Fantastic. Yeah, material-wise then, how different is it to those normal tiles then? Is it almost just like, I'm trying to visualise it in my head now, I'm trying to...
Yeah, it's just a PVC resin, but then we integrate the PVC with something called a silver ion. Medically or even worldwide, we have always known zinc and copper and silver. These are three sort of elements which can kill bacteria, virus, and fungi. It's something which is known for centuries, but we've not used it for that purpose. We've always gone into using some sort of a chemical to kill the bugs. Okay, and the bugs have started becoming cleverer to be resistant to the chemicals what we're making. Okay, so now we are going back to centuries old things which are substance which has been present before. They are not chemical substance, but they are actually like silver. And these silver ions are given by a very big company in the UK called Polygene Admaster. They are I would say, one of the leaders in this technology, and big brands like Dyson vacuum cleaners, Adidas, BMW. So all these people take the technology to make certain parts of them antimicrobial. And that's the same technology that we use for Kleenclad.
Fantastic. Fantastic, yeah. It's just a fascinating insight, really, into just how much goes into, you don't really think about that before, but in terms of just how much goes into, into the changing rooms, it just adds, as you say, it just adds so much more. And as you say, was that how you started out in hospitals then, I presume?
Yeah, we started the same thing in operating theatres, then went into the ICUs.
Again, how crucial is that?
It is paramount.
That's right.
Like currently now, we made it in such a way that it is an essential part of most operating theatres to have an antimicrobial surface. And the first government to do that is in Dubai.
Wow. Yes, 2 deliveries of this Rizvan sheet over remaining. Timur Allen racing now onto 72 runs. Richard Merriman 58. And just finally, if I had to just ask you for a potential score that we might see from England. They only have lost 1 wicket so far. That was, of course, Steve Aston. Where do you see England reaching today on a wicket like this?
I think with the 24.5 overs down, 25 overs down, sort of just about midway down, 178 for 1. And the way Richard Merriman is batting now, I think he should get in to be much more quicker now. I would be looking at maybe around close to 260. Yeah.
Brilliant. So at the end of that over, we can thank Salva Animalai for joining us. It's been such a fascinating insight, honestly. It's been absolutely fantastic to hear from you. Kleenclad CEO there. Big thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
That was Dr. Salva Animalai there, CEO of Kleenclad, one of the main sponsors. The main sponsor of this, the Kleenclad Cup. Big thank you to him. So, 25 overs in. It's 178 for 1 then. England looking rather good so far. Quite an overcast. Sun's trying to peek out, but it's at least it's a bit cooler for the players today, but I bet it's still quite humid. Yeah, that sun is just trying to peek through. As I say, that is starting to get a bit brighter. But yes, thanks for joining us, everybody. It's 10 to 1 here, 10 to 2, sorry, I should say. Richard Merriman and Timo Allen really building a great little partnership here. As I mentioned before, we heard from Dr. Salva Alamalai that England haven't been affected by that loss of that Steve Aston wicket. They've just carried on, and what a partnership they're forming here, as I can just say that. Harrison Burridge has rejoined us in the commentary desk. Harrison, you've been watching on. What have you made of this? You must be pleased with what we've seen so far as Timo Allen strikes another ball towards the boundary. Well fielded in the end, though. What do you make of this so far, then, Harrison?
It's been fantastic. From these two came together 68 for 1. What's that now? With that single, 112 between them. Timo Allen just 48 balls, so he's 73. He's certainly enjoying himself out there, and he'd be happy as well because he asked before the game if he was to get 50, if someone could get a photo with his bat in the air, and I have done that for him. So he'd be a happy man when he comes off, but I sense he might want to carry on a little bit further with another milestone being around the corner. But Richard Merriman's been the anchor, and everyone's just batting around him as he aims one into the leg side. Got it for 4. Very good shot from Merriman, but if he just stays there for most of the innings, the rest of them can bat around him. I mean, you've got Neil Brathwaite, Nick Gaywood, Mel Hussain, the captain, of course, Ed Gordon-Lennox. We saw just last week at Winchmore Hill with his century, how destructive and how quickly he can score when he needs to get going. So it really is a case of how many doing they want to get here, because they're well positioned.
Yeah, I mentioned this with Trevor while you were keeping a close eye on proceedings, Harrison, where if they can get to, they're 25 overs in, almost a minute to the end of the 26th, if they can get to the 10 overs remaining, and they still have 7, 8, even 9 wickets in hand, they can really start to go for it and put a commanding total on that board, can't they? This is a great opportunity for England now to just even to that the biggest total they've had. As I say that, it could be a tight one. But yeah, it's a nice good in the end from Merriman and Allen. They've done so well in this hour. But even so, Harrison, they really could pose a threat to beating that 3-6-7 that we saw in the West Indies game.
Yep, and I'm just in the process of double checking what the highest score ever
Very good point.
is as well, because who knows what could happen in an hour and a half's time. But that is, of course, still a long way away. But that's another one. Oh, good right boot there by Naki. Keeps it to a single. Use whatever you can to stop the ball on the field.
Certainly. So then, the end of the over. Bit of an extended over because of a few wides. Wide, dot ball 1, dot ball 4, 2, wide 1. 188 for 1 then for England. And there we go then. The highest total came against Wales. 374 for 3. My goodness. That'll be an absolutely fantastic total. If they can get anywhere near that, I think even, we've all in this series, barring, as I mentioned, that game at Chip in Camden, England and the England Lions have achieved over 300 in every game. Most recently that Lions game at East Newcastle, where England Lions played out their allocated 45 overs and reached 321 for 8. And bowled the US out after 43.4 overs for 107. At Royal Ascot, 350 for 5 last week. And at Winchmore Hill, 353 for 7. So anywhere near that, they will be very pleased. And I guess with this, Harrison, it gave Steve, as we mentioned earlier, it gave Steve Aston a chance really to open up. And, it gives people now. Timo Allen's had a great summer of it. He had a fantastic day, almost a breakout day at Cheadle Hulme. And since then, he's been quite an integral part of this side. It's just that Lion, that we've said it so many times this summer, but that Lions jump up is just such a nice way for players to really make their mark, isn't it? And look at this now. You look at Timo Allen, who's had some really good days with the bat in hand, hasn't he?
Absolutely, and when I spoke to Ron Headley on the stream last week at Winchmore Hill, Team Allen, of course, from Buckinghamshire, Ron, the chairman, Buckinghamshire Seniors Cricket, he said he came into 60s cricket last summer, scored a couple of hundreds, got the attention of the England side, and he got his opportunity with the Lions, and he's taken it with both hands. It's a perfect example of how the system can benefit everyone involved. Yes, someone has lost their place in the England side in amongst it all, but Team Allen has firmly taken that opportunity, and he's got a real opportunity today to post a big one.
Oh, he certainly does.
Worth mentioning, brought up the name there, Ron Headley raises a lot of money for prostate cancer through the Bob Willis Fund. He did send me a message earlier asking to mention something on the live stream. He's got a walk coming up, a Ron's March walk at New Road, Worcester, on this Sunday, with Worcestershire over 60s and 70s. Walkers will then be able to watch the one-day match against Gloucestershire nearby side afterwards. And also, most importantly, not only is he raising money, he wants to raise awareness, and there's PSA testing available at the ground as well for those if you want to check anything out about prostate cancer. More information is on the 6070 website about Ron's March. I believe he's raised over £14,000 to date over the years he's been doing it. It's fantastic work from him, and I wish everyone well at that walk on Sunday at New Road, and hopefully a good game of cricket afterwards as well.
No, echo that sentiment, Harrison. Fantastic cause. I heard him talking about it in the post-match interview at Winchmore Hill last week. And I've got to say, yeah, a massive, massive cause. So if you can get down to the Worcestershire area, New Road Cricket Club, New Road, Worcestershire County Cricket Club, in my home patch, get down there on Sunday. It's going to be a great cause and hopefully a fantastic game of cricket as well. But yeah, 14,000, that is extraordinary, isn't it, Harrison? Well done to him.
While we've been talking, this is a decent over from Rizwan Shaky. Bowled well in that first ODI last week, and he's keeping it tight here from one end to try and stem that run rate. Just 3 singles and 2 wides from the over. Very good one for the USA. We're getting closer to that second drinks break as well now.
Yeah, the USA will want a few overs like that. But as I remember when I was speaking to Ravi Suri, it was just before the game at Eastern Castle on Monday. He wanted to prevent England to about 250. And obviously he went to about 320 in the end. But when it comes to a game like this, when you're playing an England side who, when they start going, my goodness, they can absolutely start smashing that ball. As we've seen with Timo Allen and Richard Merriman, what a partnership they're forming. We keep mentioning it, but my goodness, it's fantastic. But even so, it's and that's where the US impressed the other day when they took those wickets. And Ed Gordon-Lennox mentioned it. This is a side that are improving all the time. And it's pleasing, really pleasing to see, because, come the next World Cup, they really could be a potential banana skin for some teams.
Well, we can't forget as well, they were, I believe, they had a tied game at the last World Cup away, and if they won that, they would have reached the semi-finals over New Zealand in England's group. They finished tied on 6 points with New Zealand. I believe net run rate in the end separated the two sides. So they're no mugs, as some people might think when you look at the score and the scores in this series. They're on this tour of England. They're learning and developing with every game. As Rizwan Sheikh just gives us a thumbs up in the commentary box as he comes back out to the boundary. But yeah, I mean, especially with the World Cup in Canada as well, it's just round the corner, really, for them in terms of the globe, and they'll be wanting to make a mark come that time. I know Rizwan spoke on the stream on Monday at the Lions game. We've got nationals coming up in October in Dallas, and maybe some international cricket before the World Cup as well to help them get ready.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. That's up in the air. Oh, and that's a good catch. But unfortunately for Richard Merriman, that was up in the air and right for Pardeep Gill. And that is a shame for Richard Merriman. As he was really, as you said, you made a good point. That's the anchor of this innings at the moment, but out, caught by Gill, and that's a wicket for Sankar Jayaram. And that's 193 for 2, another breakthrough for the US.
Unfortunately, it's a rather soft way for Merriman to get out. He's done all the hard work, he's got himself in, he's well set.
Yeah.
Bowlers and fielders tiring, and he's just missed time one straight up to point, straight to Pardeep Gill. I mean, he couldn't drop it, and he didn't. I have seen them drop before, though. At any level of cricket, those easy chances, they can be deceiving. But it's an opportunity now for Neil Brathwaite to come out. Bit of an unfamiliar position of late for him. He's not been opening the bat and doing the role
Right.
Merriman has done, but he'll be able to come out with a platform set and showcase what he can do. He got 50 yesterday for Essex in the county championships. Form still continuing as some of the USA fielders take drinks. This may even well be the equivalent of the 30 over drinks break now on the 28th, but an opportunity for Alam and Brathwaite to come together.
Yeah, what a first delivery that was for Sankar Jayaram on his first over. Great opportunity to get that wicket. He'll be well chuffed with that. But yeah, great return from Richard Merriman nonetheless. 67. Brilliant from him off 76 balls. So a wicket apiece for Natvi and Sankar. Timur Alam, 74 not out off 51 balls. Fantastic return from him. An hour and 15 minutes with bat in hand. But yeah, in comes Neil Brathwaite then. He got 20, as you say, 50 runs yesterday. Brilliant for him. 21 runs apiece when they chased down the 46 at Chipping Camden on Sunday. Him and Mel Hussain. Had some really good spells, you know. My goodness, we'll never forget his catches at Sparsholt. What that got on BBC News. Incredible.
It was excellent. I mean, the first one, a backward point, was good enough. And then a backward square leg, about an hour and a half or so later, diving away to his right on the boundary, and he gave it the big celebration as well. And it's part of the turning point in that game. England fought back after that moment, ended up winning the fourth Grey Ashes ODI. As the captain, Gordon Lennox, goes behind us. Already to put his pads on. Get himself ready. See Nick Gaywood is padded up over there as well, so I presume he's in next. Brathwaite off the mark as well.
So then, 193 for 2. Just as I say that, 194. Yeah, I forgot. Just forgot that single was added. Neil Brathwaite. And Timur Alam now on strike. Well fielded in the end by Rizvan Sheikh. Who had a good word with us that his family were watching on Monday. Hello again if you're watching. It's great to see that, just like the Australia series where families are watching on across the world, whatever time of day it is, which is brilliant. It's great to know that you're having that much impact across the globe, really. And that was, you know, it's quite a daunting task having to commentate for the masses across the world, Harrison, but we can, we're doing well here.
Don't put pressure on us now.
No, that's it.
We've got to pretend no one's watching.
That's right. In from Sankar then, who's had a positive over actually. Was he getting that wicket and only conceding three runs to go with that? Like that, yeah. 2 wides in a row though. 197 for 2. Brathwaite 1 off 2. Alam onto 75. A few more runs to add to the total then. will get England onto 199 for 2. 1 off that 200 run mark, which they'll look to claim in this final ball. Santa Jairam. That's a top ball to end the over then. England at 199 for 2 at the commencement of the 28th over.
A little bit gloomy
It is, isn't it?
around us now. And looking at the radar, there is some rain on the way shortly, which is a bit unusual for this summer.
Yeah.
But we seem like we may catch the edge of 1 or 2 showers.
There we go. Harrison's done a bit better than the Met Office. He's got some good radar. Oh, here we go. What have we done here? Oh, look at that. Oh, yes. Oh, like you say, the 2 o'clock hour isn't looking very promising, is it? Hopefully not too heavy, though.
Looking at the radar, stuff working its way up from the English Channel.
Yeah.
So you can blame France for sending the weather to us. Be interesting to see what Timo Allen does now that Richard Merriman got out. Does he just rein himself in for a few overs to allow Brathwaite to get in and ensure you don't lose 2 quick ones? Or does he carry on, as he has been, as he just pushes the single up there to mid-off?
Yeah, good point you make there, Harrison. As with that single, England reach 200 runs. A mark they've reached many a time this summer. Just over 2 hours of play. That's a nice shot from Brathwaite. Was a dive-in catch attempt, but nowhere near it in the end.
Early sign of intent there from Brathwaite. Uppishly through the covers. Well, they don't need to block too many balls. There's no need to hang around here with the batting reserves.
England move on to 202 for 2, then 3 singles to start this, the 29th over. They'll get 2 runs out of that one to make it on to 204 for 2. Yeah, good point you make there, Harrison, with Timo Allen. Does he, like you say, just rein it in a bit? Because, as you say, that's the crucial thing in cricket. That momentum can just swing if you end up losing another wicket fairly soon after the last one. That's nice from Brathwaite to get the single. There's 1 more ball after the over.
Again, it's another quiet one from Rizwan Sheikh. Just a 6 this time. 4 singles and a 2 with 1 ball to come. He won't want to concede a boundary now. And he shouldn't do. Well fielded. Pardeep Gill picks it up. Throws it back in. There's 1 more to the total. What's that? 207 for 2 after 29 overs. And then moving along steadily. Over 7 and over.
Yeah, that is not a bad rate to be at, as you can see. Steve Aston, Kevin Watson, Mike Palmer and Phil Deakin on your screen. Just having a little walk around the boundary. To Steve Aston, that first wicket to fall. Early doors. Those 3 big impact players there. As we mentioned earlier, Phil Deakin will be wanting to break the record today, won't he? Held by Jim Phillips, of 51 wickets took for the England over 60s. Be a proud moment for him if he can do that, or even level it today. You know, even if he gets just 2 wickets, it's all he needs to level Jim Phillips' total of 51. To put you on the spot there, Harrison, does he beat that today? We know Phil Deakin well, don't we?
Well, after his bowling performances in the first 2 games, I'd say yes. I believe he's taken 4 wickets in both of the first 2 ODIs, so, I mean, 1 less than that will do the job.
Yeah, that's right.
But we'll see when he gets round to that point.
That's nice. Ooh. Yeah, fielded well by Rizvan Sheet in the end to prevent the boundary. Gets it down to Peter Jones. Timor Allen moves on to 80, not out. Great hit from him. Brathwaite 7 off 7. He's doing away nicely as well. Time to Jairam. Oh, that's a nice shot from Timor Allen. Rizwan Sheikh will chase that down, but it's a chase in the end that he won't win. And that'll be another 4 runs for England to move on to 210 for 2. No, it's more than that. It's 212 it should be, shouldn't it? 212 for 2, there we go.
Timor on to 84
Wow.
off 57 deliveries. Any talk we had of maybe him slowing down hasn't materialised with 11 ball. I think it's 11 runs coming off his last 9 balls. He's still ticking away as he swats another one through the leg side. Just one this time though. Well fielded out there. Might be by the opening batter, CK Barlingay out there.
Yeah, cracking hit. And England really looking good as we are 3 deliveries away from that second drinks break here at Hursley Park Cricket Club in Hampshire for the 3rd and final one-day international of the Kleenclad Cup. Great to hear from Kleenclad CEO Dr. Salva and Marai there. It was brilliant to hear from him. Just gave such an insight, Harrison, into all the work that goes into making the changing rooms just a very clean space. It's such an important aspect to the game that almost doesn't get thought about very often when you just really focus on cricket, but it's such an important aspect nonetheless, isn't it, Harrison?
Definitely. More often than not, you just turn up, look at the change room, think is there enough room, put your bag down and out you go. But hygiene is becoming an ever more important thing, and Kleenclad do some fantastic stuff in those areas. And as you said, you never really think about how much goes into it, all the materials and everything. I heard you asking him about his team. Oh, well done, Pardeep Gill. Just plays around with the rope, but wins on this occasion to save a run. Timor Allen to 88. Would, as we go to drinks, but he'd be 12 runs away from a second England 100 in the Kleenclad Cup.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant from England as they get to 217 for 2 then. That rain just starting to come down then, Harrison. Hopefully not too... won't delay us too much. But you never know.
No, but before play gets back underway, I've been messaged by Ron. I've made a slight error on the money they've raised. I put the wrong number in front of the 4. It's £74,000. I was doing him a disservice.
Wow.
Sorry about that, Ron. But it's fantastic. Fantastic work. And I believe there was another figure sent my way as well from Ron.
Yeah, so that, you know, even if it was 14,000, that was a fantastic total. That's extraordinary, isn't it?
Well,
74,000.
And that 74,000 is just with the national over 60s and 70s. They've raised 22,000 with Buckinghamshire over 60, so that is a fantastic combined total there.
Wow.
From Ron, as people are now hurrying to find a bit of cover. All Trevor moving, trying to cover all his chairs and electrical equipment up, just like Ivor has been. We're fortunately undercover here on the comms desk as the rain trickles down. It might be a heavier spell at some point as the players come back on the field. But Owen, 217 for 2 after 30 overs. What do you think England might end up with here?
Ooh, that's a good old question, that, Harrison. I'm gonna. Ooh, I always like doing a little prediction. I'm going to say England will finish on 3-4-5 today. What do you reckon, Harrison?
Turning over from here, that's 150 runs. That's 367. That's something they'll be looking at. So I'm going to go 362.
Nice.
Just under that turning over mark, and we'll see how it materialises. But of course, if the rain plays a significant part, they may not bat 45 overs. But that is, we will find that out in due course. It's still, well, nowhere near the heaviness to come off at the moment. If, in fact, it may have just eased a bit.
Start things off again then, and Timor Allen continues as he means to go on. 89 runs now off 60 deliveries. That's brilliant from him. 11 off that century now. Yeah, but despite the rain, Harrison, it's a nice little crowd forming here at Hursley Park. Great. Rural, you know, we've been to so many rural grounds in this spell of the summer. Every ground we've been to, it's just been, I always say it, and it's always such a vital part of this community, isn't it? There was well, you go up that main lane here, and there's obviously Hursley Park Cricket Club, and literally across the road there's another one.
Yep, when I was checking out my route last night to get here, I was like, that looks like another cricket field opposite. South Winchester Cricket Club, I believe, just about, well, I guess a couple of 100 metres to our right. This must be a busy place on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah. Brilliant.
It's worth mentioning, a couple of balls ago, Rizwan Sheikh beat Neil Brathwaite with one. It bounced a little bit, went past the edge. Timor Allen moves into the 90s.
Yeah, they saw that spill, didn't they? And they went for that second run. 221 for 2 then. Yeah, it feels like I've been awake for many an hour after getting up at 4:45 this morning to try and get the early train, which didn't materialise. But Van Dard, I'm having a lovely game of cricket to watch. Now, that's what we love to see. Phil Deakin, right in that very first game of the summer at Newport. He had a good spell.
Got out of the way early, didn't he? Given the busy summer, he thought, we'll tick it off nice and early. But that perhaps they're going to be the designated crew for that cover, if it's needed, the way they're loitering by that one. Let's prepare for another over here.
Here we are in the 32nd over. Just waiting for the scoreboard to update itself on screen as that goes for 4 runs. Pardeep Gill can't get to it this time.
Moves ever closer.
Oh, yeah.
Timor Allen, make that 96 now.
Yeah. Yeah, what a return from him. A great round of applause if and when he reaches his 100 runs. He gets a boundary here. That'll be fantastic for Timor. Come on, Timor, smashing out the ground for a 6. Why not? We know you can hit it. Santa Jayaram then. We have the delivery. As I say that, it's just prevented by Peter Jones. But yes, it's you'll just see that update itself at the moment. Yeah, just there you go. All up to speed now. 96 off 65 deliveries for Timor Allen. Ooh. That's a bit of thunder in the air if you could just about hear that on the comms. It's the first bit of thunder I've heard doing the cricket this summer. Shows the humid air. There's Timor. Up in the air and they'll get another run. Timor moves on to 97 of 68 deliveries.
Thunder was a little bit ominous. Almost like the weather gods are telling us you should not play cricket.
They want to spoil Timor's 100 here.
He spoiled it for himself there. Top edge. Got well placed though. Timor. Just hear the rain drops on our cover again. A little bit heavier this time.
Yeah, it is starting to get a bit heavier, isn't it? Both umpires, the two Johns will have to just watch this as it comes down. Yeah, it is the heaviest it's been this this afternoon so far. That's the end of the over. Okay, it is coming down with a bit of vengeance now.
Umpires having the chat. John and John, what's your decision?
Yeah, that is coming. Oh, they might have to come off, I think, for the moment.
Yep, signal made. Covers are coming on.
There you go.
Took a while to make the decision.
Yeah. Post haste then, here come the England boys with the cover. Come on, guys.
Just 3 of them now. They've lost a member of the fantastic... Well, they lost 2 members. Phil and Kev over there, so I don't know who the third man is on there with Mike and Steve. Picked up a local, maybe. Never mind, no. Trevor and Razzie are sat out doing an interview in the rain. Doesn't faze them.
So then, 228 for 2. And with that rain delay, Timor Allen will have to wait for his 100. He's free off it. England still in a commanding position though with 13 overs remaining. 228 for 2. So with that rain coming down and the spot of thunder, We will have a slight rain delay here at Hursley Park Cricket Club. Hopefully not for too long. We saw Harrison's radar. But it did look like for most of the 2 o'clock hour, annoyingly, though, Harrison, didn't it?
Yeah, but as long as it's only an hour, that will keep us happy. But we'll take a break now while this shower passes through, and we'll be back with you when play resumes.
We'll see you soon. Hello again, everybody. Welcome back to Hursley Park Cricket Club here in Hampshire. We've had a slight rain delay and the covers are coming off, which is always a good sign. It's started to look a bit brighter. No, not really much sun as of yet, but it's really trying to peek through. Really trying to peek through. So the rain gods prevented Timor Allen from reaching his century. But we're 13 overs to go, and the way he's striking that ball at the moment, that century surely isn't too far off. In London, good nick though. A run rate of 7.13. They're at 228 for 2. The loss of Steve Aston and Richard Merriman. Merriman went out for 67. Really good showing from the former skipper. Both umpires making their way back to the middle. Both Johns. And here come the teams. The teams come in. There you go. 2 Johns just getting in shot. There. Yeah, we spoke about it a few times. We haven't actually had many rain delays at all this summer. The longest one being that 2.5 hours at Royal Ascot. That, of course, turned the 5th and final ODI in the Grey Ashes. It amplified the drama. DLS had to get involved and reduce the overs. Would have been very, very intriguing if Australia had to chase down over 260 in that final ODI at Ascot. But it wasn't to be. And it even created another storyline that none of us were expecting. A tie in the final game off DLS. But barring that, it's been a very successful summer for England. Sealing the Stonehill Cup against the West Indies. Victories against Wales, Scotland, and 4 victories against the USA, and well on their way to a 5th. And just a moment, while both sides are going back out, we can just thank the England Over 60 sponsors. They are Stonehill, Sporter Tours, MV Play, MatTech, The Tube, and Kleenclad. A big thank you to all those 6 sponsors. As I always mention, that without their support, a lot of this would not be possible. So a big thank you to all of those 6. We heard from Kleenclad CEO earlier on. Selvi and Marai, if you can listen back to that interview, it's a fascinating insight just in how much goes into the hygiene of cricket changing rooms. Really, really is interesting to just see how much goes into it. It's one of those aspects of the sport that really doesn't get thought about a lot. So do tune into that one if you missed it earlier. As both sides come back out, there was just a slight rumble of thunder a few seconds ago, which doesn't sound very promising. Hope it's not a rain delayed bit of afternoon. We've had a bit of a 15-20 minute spell. But here we go then. We're back underway, and Neil Brathwaite will get his 11th run of the day to move England on to 229 for 2. Rizvan Sheikh in his 8th over of the day. This will bring Timor Allen back on strike. A dot ball to open up proceedings for him as he's free off his century. Come on, Timor. We know you can strike a ball. That's nice from Timor Allen to get on to 98 runs. And move England on to 230 for 2. As the rain comes down again, just as the umpires 2 minutes ago signalled both sides to get back on the pitch. They really don't want Timor to get to his 100. He'll try and race another 2 runs together. In comes Rizvan Sheikh again then to bring it into Neil Brathwaite. He'll claim another single. Another crucial single to add to the total, 231 for 2. Here at Hursley Park. Timor Alam moves on to 99, not out. He only needs one more to reach that century. That'd be a proud moment for him. He's had a great summer of it. Will be Neil Brathwaite then for the final delivery of this over. And that's a dot ball to finish. So at the end of that 33rd over, England move on to 232 for 2. Timor Alam, one off his century. Sankar Jayaram just moving around the field a little bit as that rain continues to come down. Here we go then. Jayaram with the delivery. And with that, Timor Alam will bring up his century. A very proud moment for Timor. He holds his bat up and takes his cap off to the crowd who are cheering him on. What a great moment for Timor Alam. 100 not out. Well done, Timor. He embraces with Neil Brathwaite there. Fantastic moment for Timor Alam as the rain teams down again. No pun intended. What a knock for Timor Alam. And Neil Brathwaite, that's a good hit. That rain is coming down a bit now. That's another run to add to the total. So down on to 234 for 2. But for Timor, 11 fours, 1 6. Commanding 100 in 1 hour and 40 minutes of play. Brilliant for him.
Yeah, no problem. I sense he might be coming off.
Nice from Brathwaite. Just claim another single. They'll go for 2 runs here and they'll get it. Nice running. Between them moves them on to 237 for 2. Nice over from these two. Brathwaite moves on to 15 off 17. And Alam on 101 after just claiming his century. Yeah, rain. Hopefully this doesn't hamper play again. Just have to keep an eye on it for these next few moments. So then the end of the over. 237 for 2. As the rain seems to have subsided a little bit. Yeah, and joining us on the commentary desk now is someone who had a great knock himself this afternoon. It's Richard Merriman. Hello, Richard.
Hi, great to see you again. I think you're being very complimentary to me by saying it was a great knock. I'm not so sure that was the case, but no. Importantly, the team are striking out hard and putting the USA attack to the sword, really, which is good to see. Very positive and delighted for Timor. Maiden 100 for the England side. In only, what is it, his 5th or 6th game? Yeah. So, fabulous performance for him.
Yeah, really, really good. Really pleasing to see. Even just before the rain delay, it looked like the rain gods were trying to prevent him his 100, but he gets it, and that's a brilliant hit. As you say, he had a great hit at Cheadle Hulme. That's what got him really into that main England side. How pleasing is it to see someone really deserving of that 100. It's brilliant to see hard work really pay off, isn't it, Richard?
Oh, absolutely so. And I think, what this season has really shown to me and to, I think, the management committee, the international committee, is the strength and depth that exists within the county championship and within the structure of the game for seniors. To see the centuries that have been scored in the Lions, Mark Eames has done fabulously well there. To see Timor initially get his first 100 there for the Lions and then step into the main side and now today getting his 100. It's fantastic. It really is auguring well for the future. The new blood is coming through, and that's great to see. It's very encouraging.
No, fantastic. We've spoken about it quite a few times even today and even over the last few weeks. That Lions side is such a good metric just to see how many, some really good England players coming through. And, the likes of Ian Barton and Charles Schofield coming through on Monday at East Newcastle just show that, they took a few wickets for themselves and Ian had 30 runs to his name as well. So really good to see, isn't it? And it just shows how at county level so many players are coming through, aren't they? It's such a competitive element of the squad now.
And that's the way it needs to be to grow our chances towards winning the World Cup in August 26 in Canada. That's what we've got to be able to do. We need to, move on from the likes of me in many ways. I'm the older statesman in the side now, and it really needs some of these young lads coming through, as it were. Young lads, what a phrase. But that is the dynamic that exists today, which when I made my debut in 2019, it wasn't as intense, it wasn't as competitive, it wasn't as dynamic in the fielding and the striking. It was still very gentle. Well, no, that's unfair. It was not as aggressive as it is today by a long chalk, and I think it's good to see how. It looks as though we've got some buzzers as well. On the muggiest of days to actually have a run for that. There'll be a bit of heavy breathing going on.
Brilliant. Yeah, they move on to 247 for 2 from that. Nice over so far. 6 and a 4, we like that. But it's fantastic hit from Timor Alam onto the Nelson now. 1-1-1.
Yeah, David Shepherd get 1 foot off the ground at least.
Yeah. And there you go with that. He ends that curse and he'll get another boundary for that. That's brilliant.
Excellent.
Yeah. But it's we spoke about it at Royal Ascot, Richard, where even with this USA series now, it's a nice way for England to have these games against this sort of opposition where at the last World Cup, the US posed a little bit. They almost got themselves to, the knockout stages? So it's almost these banana skin games are almost. You almost want to be as professional as possible. That's what I've seen from England this series. It's been really pleasing to see.
Absolutely so. I mean, you can never let your standards drop. And yes, the US are short of 1 or 2 of their more senior players, their experienced players. But one of the key things that we're doing with England Cricket Seniors is trying to help these other countries develop, and the realisation that well, when you look at us, we've got, I think it's 3,900 players now registered in our seniors game. The US have got about 100, and that's the difference. So if we can help these guys not only on the field but can help them off the field as well, it just enables the seniors game to grow in a way that makes it more competitive for all the competing nations.
Yeah, that's quite an incredible number, isn't it? 3,900 registered players. That must be, even since you joined 6 years ago, that's in exponential growth, isn't it?
Exponential in every sense. I mean, when you think that we're going back to the early 2000s, and at the time of the early 2000s, there were 5, 6, 7 counties playing. Now the number of counties playing, the number of fixtures every week, the fact that the 70s have got their third 11s and the 5th 11s in the 60s, etc. It just shows, and I think there's a lot of us obviously who play the game. Has perhaps had 1 or 2 awkward moments in it for seniors. It gives a meaning to life. It gives energy and zest to what we're doing, and that's so important. And when you look at sponsors like Vitality with the full England side, you think, oh my goodness, what a fit we are compared. And wouldn't it be absolutely brilliant if we could have the same sort of recognition from a company like Vitality, who are all about exactly that. So yes, please, I hope the ECB do listen and recognise what our chaps are doing, and that's another, goodness me, hit that like a rocket. They recognise what the seniors are providing for the grassroots cricket, but also what they're providing for the mental and physical health of the population.
Yeah, you certainly hit the nail on the head there, Richard. It really needs to be recognised at such a wider level, because for all these counties that are providing, I think Trevor Lee mentioned it was only one county. Is it only one county that doesn't have a 60s level side, or was it Nottingham?
Nottinghamshire don't have a side, and Herefordshire, I think they're the only 2. Notts have 50s, and Herefordshire, I believe, still have a 50s side. But yes, and the vast majority of those counties also have at least 2 sides.
No, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant to see, and that just needs to be recognised as soon as possible, really, in terms of just how much it's doing for the game, and how much, the viewership this summer especially has been absolutely fantastic on the YouTube channel. It's been really, really good to see.
Well, it's phenomenal. I could try and say that again. It's phenomenal to see over 1 million hits. 1 million hits on YouTube for seniors cricket. Wow,
that's incredible.
Well, we're indebted to you guys. That's absolutely certain. I mean, the coverage that you have provided is second to none, and I think it's great that we're playing our part as seniors in supporting the University of Gloucester, the sports journalism course, the outside broadcast team, etc. It's that idea that cricket is for life, and that, like this morning we had all those youngsters lining up with us for the national anthems. Some of the guys have been, are still playing with them in the nets now, and it is a game for life. And when you see this link between the university, England seniors, is so positive, and thank you to you and to all of your team. to Harrison, particularly for the years that he's done with us, being that pioneering student. It's been absolutely fantastic, and we're indebted to you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, very kind words. It's been an absolute pleasure, especially this summer, to have so many games with you guys, to be able to cover some really exciting games as well. That series against Australia was, didn't go our way in the end, but my goodness, what a series it was, Richard. And, you just had to, we were speaking just before the rain delay at Royal Ascot, weren't we? And how it had to end as dramatic as it did, it just was so apt for the series, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I know it's a cliche to say that cricket was the winner. Cricket absolutely was, and I think anybody who followed that series would have seen two outstanding teams going at it hammer and tong across the boundary rope, but also on this side of the boundary rope, absolutely thriving in each other's company and sharing so much together. The comradeship was fabulous, but yeah, crossed the white line and it was game on.
Yeah, just a bit fancy. As Richard mentioned, a big part of what we do here, for the University of Gloucestershire, for the students of the sports journalism students. Me and Matt have been involved, and Ben Stevens on the commentary over this summer, and TV production students we've had, and film students as well. Nuala Goodlad, Benny Martin, Amy Chet. We've also had Brad Saunders as well. Really, really good to have all of those included. What's been, if you have an opportunity like this, if you're tuning in from the uni, please take it. Because I've got to say, and I've got to hold my hands up here, Richard, when I started this last summer, that's a fantastic shot.
That's a
wow.
big hit. Big
stunner.
Hit. Well done, Timor.
That's a stunner from Timor. He moves on to 135. My goodness. But yes, I've got to hold my hands up, Richard. Before last summer, I was not the biggest fan of cricket, and I never really gave it the time of day. But when I first had my first game, it was at Stratford-upon-Avon Cricket Club last summer, and ever since then I've just been, I've really, really enjoyed cricket now, and it's one of those sports that, come the Ashes this winter, I should say, I'll be watching it with bated breath. I've got to say, I've really got involved with it, and even, if anyone's watching now from the sports journalism course at the uni, take this opportunity while you can, because it's a brilliant, brilliant team to get involved with. Anyone, TVP, film students, and the sports journalism course at the University of Gloucestershire, please take this opportunity. Because Ivor Richards with his OB truck have just had a fantastic opportunity, and we've took that with open arms, and it's been such a pleasure to be a part of, Richard.
Well, I'm delighted that you've all enjoyed it as much as you have, because we've enjoyed having you along. And I remember that game, your first one at Stratford, when we played Wales and ultimately won very convincingly on the day. I think they got about 110 or something like that, and we knocked them off fairly smartly for 1 or 2. So yes, it's a fabulous opportunity, and all power to each and every one of you. And yeah, do get involved. I mean, another statistic which I found absolutely amazing was, is it 47 different countries now that have been viewing these games? 47 different countries. My goodness me.
It's incredible to think that, like me and Harrison were saying earlier, it almost puts a bit of pressure on ourselves to think all across the world. I think we were having people commenting from, obviously, when the Australian families were tuning in, even Guyana, like of all incredible countries all over the world were tuning in. Like, Rizvan Sheikh was telling us about his family watching back in the US, and it's just absolutely fantastic, Richie. All hours of whatever time they're watching these games, especially for the Australian families. Dud Murphy's family is watching, early hours of the morning.
Yep.
It's absolutely extraordinary, really. It's just a big credit to everyone who's been tuning in. It's fantastic.
Well, keep on tuning in and keep spreading the word, because the more we can do to spread the word, the greater opportunities that can be presented to cricketers around the world. Senior cricketers around the world can only benefit from all that you're doing and the IMC are doing. It's great. So thank you again.
Thank you very much for those kind words, Richard. But yeah, at the moment we stand at 274 for 2.
think, is it the 16th of September? I can't remember which ground in Birmingham it is, but yeah, I think that will be a fabulous game. And I think, what we need within this as well is, as we move towards the World Cup in August 26 in Canada, it's having that competitive cricket amongst ourselves that will absolutely ensure that we are performing to the best of our abilities when it comes to that World Cup. We need to challenge ourselves. We need to ensure that we are truly hitting our straps with all three of the disciplines, and ensuring, as Edward has this summer, that we really have that commitment to each other, that determination, that spirit, which is so essential for sides to be highly successful. And yes, we know the Aussies are going to be a real challenge again. I'm sure Pakistan will be, visas permitting, and there will be other countries as well. Oh, did he get that one in the face? Oh my goodness me. Goodness me.
Oh, didn't this?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, that's always a sore one. You had one just early on in your innings, Richard, didn't you?
Yeah, it just popped up and rattled my chin. But, yeah, not as hard as that. That was for sure. Hopefully he's going to get some attention here.
Yeah, good point there, Richard. It's a dangerous one. I always remember, say, Peter Jones has got it right there. He's got that hockey guard on. It's even with a few of the Aussie players mentioned now, they've had a few incidents. I remember Darren Smith saying, I forget what ground it was at, and it completely went up on him right on the chest, and it could have caused some serious injury. You don't realise until you're really involved with the sport, my goodness, how much damage a cricket ball can do at its 2-minute speed.
That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. I mean, I think the reality is this summer with so little rain, and particularly early season, pre-season, February, March was also dry, and the time where many groundsmen would have got their rollers out around the outfield. They've not been able to do quite as much work in that regard as they'd liked, and obviously with the dryness as it has been throughout the summer months, outfields are lightning, and you've got to keep your eye on the ball, that's for sure. But today the outfield has behaved very, very well, and that one looked as though it popped out, possibly out of an old foothole at the...
As well, how much they've really improved just in this series alone. You look at some of the, for example, when they took 8 wickets against the Lions on Monday, and it's almost like it's pleasing to see in that aspect, because you're playing a side that, you've seen the growth, in England over the last 6 years that you've been involved in it. You can just see something's brewing in the US. Cricket in general in the US is just absolutely growing, isn't it? After the World Cup, the T20 World Cup last year, so that must be pleasing to see, and it must be pleasing to a great bunch of people who've come over, and you can see that growth is coming.
Yeah, Ravi is a very, very good leader, and he is always looking for the positive. He's always trying to learn himself, but also help his players learn. And some of the conversations that have been had in the bar after the game about, how do you play spin? How do you set a field for this particular type of bowler or bowling? Little bits and pieces that, they're all the devil's in the detail, and as and when you build that detail up, it just means that you're learning the whole time, and it's encouraging. So trying to get it right for them on the field and off the field, anything we can do to aid and support, we're very happy to do. But Ravi's been superb in that. Very, very good.
Brilliant. As Timur Alam is moving on to... Oh, and as I say that, it's a shame for Timur. As he goes out on 137 there. That's a shame for Timor, Richard, but a fantastic hit nonetheless.
Well, absolutely. So difficult to bowl at. When he's on song, he can absolutely destroy an attack, and can hit to all parts of the ground. He's such a dedicated player. Loves to learn. I mean, this morning we did some work on reverse sweeping and switch hitting. And, the fact that we can, at our ages, still be as old dogs learning new tricks or developing our game is so glorious part of the world. Great. Great to see that the rain clouds have disappeared, certainly for a while. But yes, glorious. And the Ashes game at Sparsholt, perhaps 5 miles away from here as well. So Hampshire and the Hampshire seniors have been very supportive for us again this summer. It's nice that we've been able to play games all over the country at the start of the summer with the matches against the West Indies. They were very largely in the north and northeast. And then obviously with the Aussies, that was distributed pretty much in the Midlands and then down south. So, we try and get around to the various parts of the country. And we're always very, very pleased to hear from clubs who are keen to host games. The way the clubs operate is phenomenal to see their support for us and their excitement at hosting the games, and really keen for others to come forward and offer the opportunities wherever they can. And certainly if you are out there and you're listening and you've got an offer that you'd like to make in that regard, do get in touch with Paul Bradley or the International Committee via the website, etc. We'll always be very pleased to hear from you.
Yeah, it's been one of the highlights really of this summer, Richard, on tour with you guys, where we've gone to so many different grounds, so many different areas of the country. You think, my goodness, even Dunnington, Royal Ascot, what a highlight that was in the middle of the race course. And then we had obviously Sparsholt, Loughborough as well. My goodness, the facilities at Loughborough when we had the Midlands 11 versus Australia, that was absolutely extraordinary. Nick Newman was showing off on that day. He was living life there. But we've had so many. Ooty Bridge as well with the Lions. Rash's home ground, and it's been such a really good. Just shows how especially the village cricket clubs that we've been to. My goodness, they are the heart and soul of the local community, aren't they?
Absolutely so, and today's no exception. It's wonderful to see the way in which the club have hosted us. And as you say, you're going from somewhere which is an ECB headquarters at Loughborough to some of the more rural grounds, but the standards and expectations from all have been wonderful. It's been great to experience and to play on new and different grounds.
That's a nice hit from Gaywood. Well caught by Ravi Suri on that near side before it can reach the boundary. But England move on to 290 for free. With that, 10 off 300. Of course, in every US game so far, they have reached 300 runs, apart from that game at Chipping Campden on Sunday. That's nice from Brathwaite. They'll get 2 runs out of it, hopefully. And they certainly will. 292. I guess with, when you go to these grounds, especially when you might have gone to some that are a bit familiar to you, Richard, in terms of where you've been, but it's fantastic to just go to these grounds and just experience it. The hospitality has been the same everywhere we've gone, isn't it? It's been absolutely second to none, hasn't it?
It has, and it just shows how important cricket is to a community, how important.
In that last over, single, 4 singles, a 2 and a 3. So can England, what would you like to see your side reach in this final 6 overs, especially with the 7 wickets in hand? Richard really can go for it.
I think it's about being positive, and it's about playing every ball on its merits, and trying to be positive, running hard. Edward has absolutely instilled the positivity in every one of the squad, and you've seen that yourselves with the Lions and with the England side, that we're not going to die wondering, but it's still all about intelligent cricket. And you can go out thinking, well, there's 42 or 41 balls left now, and you can go and hit across the line. Well, that's probably not going to bring you the results that would do if you play with intelligent cricket.
That's right. That's a nice hit. Now, trying to get 2 runs, and they certainly will. As Brathwaite moves on to 31, or 30 deliveries, and England on to 295. 297, I should say, for 3. Brilliant.
Nick's one of those players who looks to have so much time. He's never hurried. Yeah. And that was true of him back in his Loughborough day as well, when he was a student there, and when he was playing minor counties. And he was always one of these players who had time, and very stylish. There's something about a stylish left-hander, the likes of the Gowers of this world.
Yeah. Oh, nice slight misfield will allow England to move on to 300 runs. Gaywood 10 from 6. That's 300 for 3 with 5.2 overs remaining. Yeah, in just over 3 hours of play. Really good for England to reach 300 again. Gaywood, right towards us in the commentary area. Brilliant, that's a brilliant 4, and it hits Benny's cables. There we go, great 4.
Nick's very, very good at picking the gap in the field. I think because he has that time, he can really place his shots exceptionally well.
So, final delivery of this 40th over. 25 past 3 here at Hursley Park. Thanks for joining us, everybody, on the YouTube channel. There's just a slight delay. Slight move around the field a little bit, rejig for the USA.
Yeah, they've got their 4 in the ring, but a couple of those are on the edge of the ring as well. So it's a very defensive field. It's putting the onus on Neil and Nick to find those gaps and go big.
So yeah, Brathwaite 31 off 31. And Gaywood 14 off 8, looking very, very good. And with, as we mentioned, with 7 wickets still in hand, England in a very good position to really set a very commanding total. Two wides in a row there.
Yeah. A commanding total, absolutely, and with a commanding total, it gives the bowlers the real confidence to bowl to plans and to hit particular lines and lengths, and you know, to set aggressive fields as well. So you know, when you get scores like this, it certainly helps. Well, the batters have done their job, but it enables the bowlers to do their job as well.
Certainly so. Yeah, certainly so. But yes, you've been the county championship has been up and running, hasn't it, Richard? It's been quite a busy day yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, there were some interesting scorelines yesterday, and I think the biggest surprise, but many congratulations. I'm sure they didn't think it was a surprise to the Cornish boys who beat a much fancied Warwickshire side. So, you know, well done to those lads from Kurnow.
Yeah, wasn't happy to hear that my native Worcestershire lost to Yorkshire yesterday, but oh well, we'll move on.
Yep.
But oh, it's a lovely shot from Gaywood.
Oh,
It's an unlucky misfield there, and that's another 4 runs.
Peter Jones there, the keeper, a couple of balls ago, was sort of looking for a stumping. What's interesting with regards to Peter, he's an international hockey player as well, and has played both World Cups indoors and outdoors for the USA. Super shot, Nick.
Yeah, he was hoping that the Cricket World Cup next year wouldn't clash with a Hockey World Cup. He might have a bit of a sporting clash there, Richard. Oh, where does his loyalties lie?
Absolutely, absolutely.
But that's again, in terms of how much we've said about how much, the over 60s generation in cricket is absolutely just thriving. It's great to see that in other sports as well. When you see the likes of walking football, and you like hockey now, and you like all different sports are really incorporating, the seniors level, because it's such, as we've said so many times, the free ways it helps socially, mentally, physically. It's just fantastic, isn't it?
It is. I'm a hockey player as well, and Peter and I played against each other many moons ago before he moved over to the States. But just recently there was an England over 80s trial in Nottingham for the hockey, and there were 80 trialists at it.
That's incredible, isn't it? Wow.
So it's not just cricket that's thriving, and as you say, the walking football and the like is very much part of a healthy lifestyle once we reach this senior age.
Yeah, 316 for free then for England. 3.5 overs to go. And Gaywood with a shot like that. That's fantastic. And that'll go for 6. Brilliant from Gaywood. Moves England on to 322, and Gaywood's having on to 28 runs. Now off 14. He's well on his way to a nice total for himself as well.
Absolutely. I think all of us can do the maths on that, what his strike rate is.
That's right. Yeah, what a run rate at the moment. trickling towards 7.8 and over. Not bad at all for England.
How do you trickle towards 8 and over?
God knows. I come up with some interesting terminology sometimes. But with shots like that, another 4 for Hayward. Brilliant. That's nice to see. 32 off 15. My goodness. It's always nice, isn't it, when you can, when you know you've got a fantastic strike of the ball as Nick Hayward does, to really start going for it now.
Yeah, as I say, it's that clean striking, that effortless striking of the ball. He maintains his shape, he maintains his balance, his hands come through the ball beautifully. His head is always in a very good position.
I think if England did over 367 here, Richard, it will be the highest England over 60s total of all time, I think.
I think you may be forgetting the 374, I think it was, against Wales at Dumbleton.
That's the one I was trying to remember.
3 years ago, when Tony Burbeck of Durham made a magnificent 150. Noddy Dearden from Lancashire came in and, go on, stay on your feet. And absolutely smoked the ball to all parts of the ground as well. So I think that's right, that is the record, I think. But unless anybody can prove me wrong.
No, you're right. I think you are right there, Richard. I was trying to remember the 367 was this summer against the West Indies. And yes, Harrison did show me that 373, a fantastic total a few years ago against Wales. And not too far off it now, really, when you look at it. On to 330 now.
Yeah, it could be within reach, but as I say, we've just got to be sensible.
Yeah,
still play it sensibly. Don't give your wicket away, but make sure you are still putting the runs on the board.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, Sindel ends that over. A fantastic over. A 1, a 6, a 4, and a led by, followed by a 3, and another Sindel to move England on to 331 for 3.
Yeah, 10 and over just leaves us short of that target, but who knows, with these two at the crease, it could be possible.
Oh, fantastic. But yeah, the good thing is with the Tri-Nations games in September, Richard, it ends off a really successful summer, really busy summer at an international level. Of course, sort of a full circle when it comes to playing Wales and Scotland again, especially with Scotland, as we keep mentioning, getting that IMC status, and that shows their credentials and what they're looking to achieve over the next year or so with the World Cup coming up. So that'll be some interesting games in their own right, because as you say, every time you play Wales and Scotland, you see that marked improvement.
Exactly that, and again, we've tried to play our part to ensure that the Scots have got as much support from us as possible to grow their game, and it's great to see. Wales obviously have been established for a good number of years now and have performed in previous World Cups and performed well in those World Cups. So another home nation. It'd be great, wouldn't it, if we could get the Irish involved and then have a proper 4 nations.
That'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? Yeah. Another 4 to add to the total, just as Neil Brathwaite and Nick Hayward achieve a 50 together. Great partnership in the 20 minutes they've had. 1 led by and a 4 to start this over. It's Chetan Shah, his 6th over of the day.
It's been good to see the resilience that the USA have shown. Another super shot there. Beautiful sweep from Neil. the resilience that they've shown in facing these totals down in each of the games, it can't be easy. And the fact that they've got a schedule which has seen them play 7 games, I think it is, in 10 days, 11 days, that'd be a trying test for a 30-year-old, particularly in the weather that they've been playing in as well. So for them as 60-year-olds plus to be doing what they're doing is excellent.
Well, yeah, they're quite extraordinary metrics. I was on holiday last week when it was that first game at Winchmore Hill, but my goodness, some of them landed that day and started playing. It's incredible, isn't it? Like after a long flight like that, to then play a taxing game such as cricket, like you just said, even a 30-year-old would struggle with that, with the jet lag.
Yep, absolutely so. Absolutely so. There's been 32 internationals this summer. And that
is that one of the busiest you've had in a few years?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's the biggest by far, I would say. I mean, historically we've only tended to have one touring side each summer, but to have 3 this summer has been fabulous. Super shot, Nick. That is outstanding, and exactly what we were practicing this morning.
Brilliant. Great sits to end the over. Another nice over led by 2 fours, 1 single, a 2 and a 39 for 3 with 2 overs remaining at Hursley Park. Brathwaite on to 44 now. Both in the century. As you can just see, some deliberations of the Kleenclad Cup there with the mascot. That's what we love to see.
And it's great to have Dr. Selva here all the way from India today to present that trophy later on at the end of the game. He has been a great supporter of England seniors in the past 12 months, and we're delighted that he's here today for the inaugural presentation of the Kleenclad Cup.
Yeah, brilliant. Stick with us with that at the end of the game. We will see that presentation take place. It was a great honour to speak to him earlier on and really get an insight into how much goes into the hygiene element of these cricket grounds and the changing rooms. Really good to hear that. If you missed that interview, do catch it on the YouTube. But yes, 2 overs to go. England in a really commanding position.
We've been very lucky with our sponsors. I mean, Sporter from a travel perspective. Stonehill have been phenomenal again with their kit and the balls. We've got a great set of guys who are getting right behind us year on year, and that's we're extremely grateful for. We're always looking though for other sponsors as well, and if again anybody's out there who would like to talk to us, please do.
Yeah, one I know quite well. I've never been, but the Jube, I've always heard fantastic reviews about that down in Woolacombe. Oh, that's a that's a lucky one for Neil Brathwaite. Destined to be a catch. I think he just fumbled it right at the last there, unfortunately, for the US.
Yeah, the Jube is another fine sponsor for us, and hopefully they'll be getting a little bit extra trade as a result of the shirt sponsorship, and in beautiful North Devon, perfect for the summers.
I don't know if they still do it, but they used to do an absolutely fantastic sweet chili chicken. Some of my friends from school absolutely raved about it, I've got to say.
Love it, love it.
Then. Here at Hursley Park Cricket Club here in Hampshire. Nick Dayward Puts it up in the air and sends it for another 4. To move on to 356 for free. We've about 9 deliveries remaining.
Yeah. 2 a ball will get us to that 374. That's if my mental maths is correct.
That would be a nice bit of history, wouldn't it, Richard, to achieve today, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
'Cause that is the total, even in in any cricketing walk of life. That's still quite a decent total to get to in any sense, isn't it? But at over 60s level, it's a fantastic total to reach.
Well, it's whether it be the total or not, it just always then gives you something else to be aiming at. 100 is 100, 5 wickets is 5 wickets. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to win the game. But setting milestones, breaking records is also part of things. Nick unfortunately missed out on that opportunity there.
Yeah, one final delivery of this over by Natby. He sends it down to Mr. Nick Gayward. Good call from him as well to the umpire, but nothing given to end the over.
No. So 16 needed off 6 balls.
Yeah, we've just been doing mental maths. 16 off 6 balls to reach that 374. But even with, if they were to get 7 off this this over, they would eclipse. No, I'll get that right in a minute. 10 off this over, they'll break the record of this summer. That was seen at the West Indies game, I believe at Dunnington, where Steve Small got about 111 or 113 most definitely. But it was a great day. It was a warm old day at Dunnington, my goodness.
It was, and again another club hosting the game extremely well. As of all of the clubs, it's been a joy.
Yeah, it certainly has.
Just noticed on camera there, Neil Stevens, Stan, as he's known as, Middlesex player, toured Australia in 2019 and played against the Aussies in that home summer series against the Aussies as well, when John Foster was captain. So, to see guys coming back and supporting as well as, the new generation coming through, it's lovely to see.
Yeah, certainly so. No, really, really good. Anyway, one final over to come. Sankar Jayaram to close out his overs, his 9th and final over. He's took 2 wickets. That's nice from Brathwaite.
That should be his 50. Go ball, go ball, go ball. Yes. Well batted.
Brilliant. Half century for Neil Brathwaite. Brilliant, brilliant return from him. 51 not out. 4 fours. Off, 51 off 39 balls. Brilliant from Neil Brathwaite. England move on to 362 for free. It's nice from Brathwaite, and they'll leave that at the single to move on to 363. As it just looks to just get a bit brighter here at Hursley Park, which is nice to see. Sun yet to properly peak out yet, but it's trying its hardest.
Certainly looking better.
It It was sunny when I left Worcestershire this morning, I can tell you that much. Well, had a bit of a train delay. I was meant to get the earliest train possible at 5:20 this morning, Richard, but it was delayed. So I ended up getting the 6:20 train.
Oh, dedication.
That's right.
I love it.
I've only been up for 12 hours. Early bed tonight, but what a game we've got on our hands here. Really good from England. It's kept me awake. Fantastic.
That is another wonderful shot, and that's his 50 as well, isn't it?
Yeah. 369 for free. Brilliant from Nick Gaywood, and as Richard just mentioned, another half century. 3 sixes, 5 fours, 53 off 25 balls. What a return for Nick Gaywood, Richard.
Fabulous. He is such a capable man at the top of the order, setting an innings out, but he's also the consummate finisher. Absolutely superb. Oh, great to see. Great to see.
And now Richard only 2 off that record score. On to 373 for free, with 2 balls remaining.
Let's hope there's no commentator's curse.
Jaya in again. Gaywood remains in his crease. Oh, signal to wide. There we go. So there's still 2 more balls in the owners. It goes on to 374, so they have levelled it. As seen in Wales 3 years ago. Against Wales 3 years ago, I should say.
That's 4.
And with that, England move on to 370. Well, did the umpire call it as a 4,
Yeah.
Richard? It is, yes.
Yep.
So there you go, 380 for free. Brilliant for England. No, I'll say that. It's a scoreboard having a funny turn there. 376 for free, but up in the air. Oh! That's unfortunate for the fielder, but another 4 to end the over. And England finish off on 382 for free. A new record for the England over 60s. And a wild, great ball to end on. 100-run partnership between Brathwaite and Gaywood in 35 minutes. And Richard, you've got to be best pleased with that. 382 for free to end the innings.
Absolutely phenomenal performance by the team. And as I just said, to have finishers like Nick and Neil at the wicket, it makes it very, very hard for the Americans. And, delighted to see Timor's first 100 as well for England. So, yes, all in all, I think a very, very fine innings for us. And let's go and do the second half properly now as well.
Brilliant. A big thank you to Richard Merriman, who's joined me on the commentary desk.
It's been a joy. Thank you very much indeed. Cheers.
Thank you, Richard. Brilliant. Brilliant to have him on. As England finish on 382 for free. Fantastic innings from England. So yes, a brilliant end for England. 382 for free. And yes, we'll just have a moment to thank our sponsors for the England over 60s teams. They are as follows: Stonehill Sporter Tours, MV Play, Maptech The Jube, and Kleenclad. A big thank you to all of those. And we can have a special mention from Kleenclad. Of course, we heard from the CEO earlier on. This is what they do.
So back live, everybody, after tea here at Hursley Park. So the USA have got a challenging target. 382 for 3 was the England's start. And that's going to take some beating. We've got Kev Watson and Mike Palmer marking out their run-ups. But before we get going, I'd just like to say to all the team here who've put on these broadcasts for you, what a pleasure it's been for me. And I've really enjoyed my little time in the commentary box. This is my last session this year. So a big thank you to everybody who's made me feel so welcome in the commentary box. And I'm with Harrison now as well. So I know you're instrumental in putting all this together, Harrison. So thank you for that opportunity.
No problem. I'm glad you enjoyed it and you're being able to witness a record-breaking day. It's your final one, a highest ever score for England 60s.
Yeah, well, it did look as though they might challenge that 400 at one point, but it wasn't to be. So, yeah, so Mike Palmer is going to open. Played against Mike yesterday for Warwickshire. Did I mention that Cornwall beat Warwickshire yesterday?
He told me he didn't want you to mention it.
Oh, well, he doesn't have to worry about playing again next week now, so he can go all in on this spell. So, anyway, he's going to be bowling. We've got Ravi Suri, the USA captain, on strike. Here we go. So, Harrison, you do all the social media activity as well for England, I think, don't you? Is that right?
Yep.
And I think you've seen a growth in all the followers and subscribers.
Yes, I mean, from where we are now, we've got thousands across, and kind of given its record score today, I can remember being at the original one before today, the 3-7-4 against Wales, and I believe that was the first game I attended in person of being involved. So that was the first summer of being involved in 2023, and the growth since then has been fantastic and transformative as well for the image of the side.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean it's and there's a good crowd here today as well. So yeah, I mean USA have got. Well, I think WinViz is saying they've got 0% chance of getting this 383 to win. So, but anyway, I think as long as they've got their two key batsmen out there, so let's hope that they can get some batting in and get a few runs on the board and remember this in their final ODI against England, with the final Lions game coming up tomorrow. And Ravi, as a traditional way of getting off the mark, has carved it over point for 4.
I was about to say he's had moments, Ravi Suri in innings, but never really gone on to anything yet. But that is an extravagant way to get yourself going. Flamboyantly played, kind of airily over cover, but it's worked for him. He's off the mark, and USA are up and running.
Yep, and he's got the highest score of the tour so far. 44 he made against the Lions when they made 198 for 6. So be great if he could beat that. Steve Aston's now come up to the stumps after those first few balls. Have you enjoyed your? Do you enjoy being part of the England seniors setup, Harrison?
Yes, absolutely. It's a very welcoming, very friendly environment, and you get to just watch some great cricket and people at their age still enjoying and loving the game, which is fantastic. Well, that's great work by Steve Aston.
Yeah, we've got a great view of that, and his foot was way in. So you're gonna see the replay now. So there he goes, and yeah, never moved out the ground really, but good keeping, and it was given as a wide as well. So one more ball to come in this first over. And he's gone for that. Ooh. Looks as though he was trying to play a similar shot, but played it a bit later. Drove it to mid-off, no run. 4 off the over, or 5 off the over, I should say. So I think we're expecting Kevin Watson at this end. We saw him marking up his a run-up. So he's played a lot of games as well, Kevin, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's a slight change as well, because especially the last few times Jason Corns played for England, he's opened the bowling with Mike Palmer, and Kev Watson's come on first change, so he's got an opportunity to have a crack with the new ball, and he has steadily built up a large number of games for England now, especially this summer, with the amount of games played.
Well, I think he told me earlier this was his 30th game for England. I'm assuming that's a combination of the Lions and the ODI side over the last few years. So that just shows you how much cricket is going on at this level, doesn't it? Blimey.
Yep, I believe that is just England games as well. I don't think the Lions games have ever counted.
Oh, okay. Just
towards
England games. Okay.
The team records that we do have.
Right. Okay.
Currently.
Anyway, he's going to start from the pavilion end, and we've got CK, as he's known, on strike. I bowled at him in the nets this morning, CK. He didn't have any pads on then. Nets are always very different to the surface, though. It's very rare you get the net surface being very much like the batting surface, and in the nets you're not surrounded by a wicketkeeper and 10 fielders, or 9 fielders in the bowler. Right, here comes Kev to start off at this end. CK's just forward and poke that out into the offside. Skipper's onto it.
On the money, straight away there, Kev. No width, no length or short or full for the batter to work with.
So you're a cricketer yourself, Harrison?
Yes, yeah, I play for my local club side on a Saturday afternoon and have done. Well, played cricket since about seven or eight, I believe, and currently 22 now, so fair few years under my belt. Not as many as yourself or the ones out there.
Well, that's very true. Yeah. Same club since you were 7 or 8?
Yes, yeah, I've always played at Purton, which is just outside of Swindon.
Ah, fantastic.
In Wiltshire, so it's a very nice little ground. Bit different, but you go up a longer lane, and it just pops up out of nowhere.
Okay.
Like a lot of grounds in England.
Well, that's one of the things about cricket grounds in England. Well, the UK generally, isn't it? They were often there before everything else. When we covered the Lions game on Monday at Eastnor, Dave, the president of Eastnor, was telling me that the cricket ground had been there since the late 1800s, and the castle, of course, which is Eastnor Castle, which that's a good shot. He's gone for that, but it's driven straight to mid-on. And back in the day, if you worked on the estate, which several hundred people did in the 1880s, and then from all of those, they got a fantastic cricket team out of them. I think it was part of the interview process. You had to show them off your batting prowess or bowling prowess to get a job. Right, there we go. Kev starts with a maiden over.
Perfect start from him. Normal watchful stuff from CK. He's been very, very defensive minded in how he's played this tour. Often been one to stick around for a while though. And he'll be hoping his captain stays with him for a bit as well. They could be the perfect foil for each other if all goes well.
Well, if I was them, I'd be thinking, well, we're not going to get 383. So what if we could, bat through all 45 overs, given that they were skittled out, weren't they, in the last ODI in next to no time. So batting through the first 45 overs, well, all the 45 overs would be some achievement. And then maybe, I don't know, if they could make 200, which would be their highest score of the tour, I think. I don't know. They would be the kind of goals I'd be thinking about, Harrison.
Well, them making 200 would be very good progress and a very good way to round off the ODI series, given what has happened, especially unfortunately for them in that second ODI. They were blown away a bit batting first. But they know it's a good opportunity for them to continue testing themselves and improving.
Well, that's what it's all about. It's the kind of learning process, isn't it? And I know some people have been watching on YouTube and thinking, well, this is too much of a mismatch. But these guys are over here at their own expense. They're coming over here to learn to play cricket on grass wickets, and against a standard of team that they're not used to playing against. So all good learning experience. They do say in sport the only way to get better is to play against people who are better than you.
Absolutely. And speaking with Owen earlier, they had a very good World Cup last year, so there's definitely a lot of potential there on their side. Great stop.
Yeah, and we know that around about half a dozen of their players who would normally be in their first choice 12 aren't here. And you're right, they were very close to reaching the semi-final of the World Cup. They beat New Zealand in the group stages, who went on to finish third. And I think they won the 7th, 8th place playoff. And I haven't got the notes in front of me as to who that was, but I do remember that's what so they were 7th overall, but they were very close to reaching the semi-final. And with the World Cup next year being quite almost on their doorstep in Toronto, then they'll be hoping for great things there, I'm sure.
Absolutely. You mentioned I nearly made the semi-finals. They were tied on points with New Zealand, and I believe they had a tie against Canada, or might have been the West Indies, one of their opponents in the group stage, and yeah, 1 run, 1 wicket could have been very different for them.
Well, yeah, there's some bonus runs. I think that might be wide as well. Yeah, it's very hard when you're the keeper standing up. It took off out of nowhere, and yeah, so I don't think the bowler was overly enamoured with the fact that it was given as a wide. I don't know how tight their rule they're playing today on leg side wides, but
Well, at least the first ODI was out there in the middle, and they were discussing the rules. It was profile, kind of was the rule for wides down the leg side, so not if it's outside your body, down the leg side.
a huge appeal from Mike Palmer there. Let's have a look at this on replay. So CK. Ooh.
Whether he thought it was pad first, maybe.
It looked like he played it into the ground almost, and it popped up towards gully. But anyway, there we go. Right, that's the end. Is that the end? No, it's not. There were two wide balls in that over, so we've got an 8th ball to go from Mike Palmer here. CK getting everything behind that ball. End of the over. USA 12 for 0 off 3. Right, it's a bit of a change of something going on here. I think, oh, there we go. Ravi's decided to put on the helmet. One thing that was interesting, Harrison, is that apparently in Australia, helmets are pretty much compulsory for batters, apparently.
Yep.
Whereas, of course, they're not over here, because I know that some of the Australians were picking up comments from their colleagues back home saying, when you're batting, why aren't you wearing a helmet? And, of course, it's not compulsory over here for batters of a certain age.
Well, I believe when England went over there in the winter, they reached an agreement for slow bowlers not to have a helmet, but otherwise any sort of pace bowling you had to have one on, given, as you mentioned, the rules they have got over there. And at the end of the day, safety comes first, and if you just have to wear a helmet to be able to play the game, then I'm sure many people won't have an issue with that.
Well, I imagine as a young man yourself, and you know, playing from the age of 7 or 8, I would have. That's a lovely shot. He's got that way for 4 through extra cover. You must have grown up wearing a helmet from day 1 playing cricket, did you?
Near enough. Once I kind of progressed into the hardball sort of levels, and I'd never not play bat without a helmet. I think it's fair to say it's that crucial layer of protection, similar maybe to a box or the other protection kit you wear.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I remember going to watch my father play cricket when I was about 7 or 8, and he got hit in the box, and he obviously wasn't wearing a box. And all I could hear were the blokes going, "Have you got a box on? Have you got a box on or in?" And I thought, a box? What? And I was thinking cardboard box, you know, because I didn't know what a cricket box was. And I was thinking, what on earth is a box? It's one of those strange pieces of cricket language, Harrison, isn't it, really?
Yep, but it serves a purpose and it does a very good job for when it's needed. Although it's often to the amusement of everyone else on the field when someone does get hit there.
My friends over during the tea interval, we were talking about some of the terminology. That's a lovely shot from Ravi. He's cut that through backward point, or through point for 4. We were saying, where did third man come from? So if any listener knows, but we did look it up, and on Google, it said that when overarm bowling first came into play, usually the fielding side had a slip and a point, and then a new fielding position came along, which was the third fielder on that side behind the wicket. So that's why they called it the third man, because that's where the third man was positioned. So there you go.
Interesting.
And I'm sure one of our viewers will say, well, that's a load of rubbish. The real reason it was called third man. So if you do know something better than that, then do let us know in the comments. Do we get any comments?
We get a few in the live chat, so there's a couple of sort of messages around the tea interval, but it ultimately depends who's watching. Some will comment and some won't.
So there you go, folks. If you are one of those people watching and you know precisely where third man originated as a term, then do let us know. Right, good start by the USA team. 22 without loss off 4. Ravi Shuri 15 off 15. CK holding up the other end, yet to score, but that won't worry him at all. He's still there, which is his job, really, as Harrison suggested earlier. His job is just to bat as long as he can. Certainly see off this new ball in the opening pair, ideally. Another appeal from Mike Palmer. Do you think the day will ever come, Harrison, where a bit like reviews in Test cricket, you only get 3? Do you think you'd ever get where you've only got 10 appeals, and then that's it? You can't appeal. You don't lose an appeal if it's given, but after that, no more appealing. What do you reckon?
Can't see that ever happening, given the frequency of them, and I mean how much certain people enjoy them, even for kind of the really half-hearted shouts to still appeal. I think so much part of the game. I know that, especially at the international level, if there's excessive appealing,
but
run you into trouble.
Where do you stand then? If
I mean how much certain people enjoy kind of the really half-hearted shouts. I think so much part of the game level, if there's excessive appealing,
but
run you into trouble.
Where do you stand then? Where does that sit? Because he's kind of appealing for something that he knows he shouldn't. Right. Ravi again. Oh, this is CK, isn't it? He's looking for the Ravi shot there.
I think if you're appealing when you know it's not out, it's maybe a bit mischievous, but then you try. It's all part of the game. I guess it's the gamesmanship side of the game. You're trying to convince the umpire that it is out, and he should give you a wicket. Because like international cricket, there are no reviews.
And you know, you're a technology guy. Do you envisage the day where, at this level, there will be reviews with with camera technology?
Well, I think camera technology of this sort of level in grassroots cricket will continue to grow, but I think if they were to introduce reviews, it might start a bit of a slippery slope, especially with some of the stuff you see on a Saturday afternoon in the lower levels and how competitive people get. It might ruin the fun element for some. Very close, that one.
It was, yeah. I think, yeah, that is a leg by. The way he played it looked, I don't know, it was didn't look as though it was that far down the leg side, but clearly the umpire thought it was. So CK's they've changed ends. He's still to get off the mark, but that won't worry him at all. Right, last ball of the over from Mike Palmer. His third over, 0 for 12 so far. And he's not going to be too happy about that because that's squeezed through, but well saved out in the deep. Just a single.
Just fell short of Timo Allen there at slip. The edge off the bat, nearly the breakthrough for England.
So 5 overs, 24 for no wicket. I wonder where this sits in the best opening stands they've had on this tour, the USA. Do we have any data on that? I don't know whether we do or not, but anyway, 24 without wicket. Somebody cycling around the boundary, just went past the camera there. Right, here's Kev Watson then from the pavilion end, starting his third over. And that's been cut away. That's 4 more. Great shot from Ravi Suri. Nick Gaywood down there at third man. No chance of that. It's quite square. More backward point really than third man. Oh, trying to repeat the shot again.
He's got himself off to a quick start. Again, it's been a feature of the series, Ravi Suri. But he can't help himself playing the attacking shots. So it's maybe a bit more of a matter of when rather than if.
So that was definitely down the leg side, but obviously not far enough to be a wide. He'll feel as though he missed out on that. Well, it does feel as though his main scoring area is that sort of square point and either 10 yards either side of it. So Watson will be trying to avoid giving him any room outside the off stump. Probably trying to bowl that fourth and 4.5 stumps just to try and tempt him to play, because he got out on Monday trying to play that cut shot when it was far too tight, and it ended up cleaning him up. So Kev bowling good line and length now, not giving him any room to try that cut shot.
That's what England need to do, just try and frustrate and almost play the game of patience, out-patient the USA batters. And they pick up their rewards.
Oh, that's away. That's runs. No need to chase that, I don't think. Or is it? Is it going to go? I don't think it's going to go, Harrison.
No, stopped.
No, there was a young lad walking around the boundary who wasn't showing any interest in retrieving the ball, which means he knew it wasn't going to go. So 3 off that. So 31 without loss.
Excellent start at the moment for the USA. Ravi Suri's been batting very well. Little slice of luck there. Seems to be a ledge inside edge that ran through. Kev Watson seemed slightly interested for a moment before it started to trickle away. Before it stopped just shy of the boundary.
So Mike Palmer to continue his 4th over, and with 3 off the last ball, Ravi Suri is back on strike. Slip, gully, backward point, cover, and where's that gone? He's hit that in the air. There's a fielder after it, and he's caught it. Very good catch. That must be Neil Brathwaite. The sheer athleticism will tell you that that was him. So yeah, Ravi, as you've predicted, Harrison, has gone for the shot he didn't really need to play, and he is out. So that's he's gone for 23, and the first wicket goes down at 31.
It did seem like it had been coming, but Neil Brathwaite can add that catch to his repertoire for the summer. He seems to enjoy playing in Hampshire. He took 2 fantastic ones just down the road at Sparsholt last month in the Grey Ashes, and that's another good one there running back over his shoulder, but never looked in doubt for him. Maybe a shame for USA and their captain. Another opportunity missed for himself.
Yeah, very much so. And there's always a danger that when he's out, the floodgates potentially open. So we will see. We're just trying to. Is this Rizwan coming? Rizwan Sheikh coming in now? I think it's from his shoes. I think it might be him, but I just want to confirm when it comes up on the score. Yes, it is. There we go. So he's the vice captain. He's a good player as well. Hasn't really had any sort of innings at all on this in these previous 4 games. So maybe he's hoping today will be his day. So at the end of this over, Harrison, I'm going to hand back to Matt, and I'll be Owen. I'll be handing back to Owen. Where's Matt? It's time for me to go. I can't remember my colleagues' names.
Just what you need when you've got a long drive ahead as well.
I'll be forgetting where I live next. Right, okay, so that'll please Mike Palmer getting a wicket. He'll be fired up now. And he's got 5 balls in the rest of the over. As a bowler, it's always a great thing to get a wicket with your first ball of the over. It really fires you up even more so than normal for the rest of the over. Anyway, here he comes. He'll be charging in. He'll be a yard quicker now. He's got his hands on his head there. I don't know quite why he thought that. Rizwan did get behind it, but
I think he's getting excited at every ball at the moment. He's in one of those spells as a bowler.
That's gone down the leg side, and that is going to be...
I think it was signalled as 4 runs.
Yeah. It looked like it, didn't it? So I was wondering whether it might be a wide. Let's see what the scoreboard is going to come up with. Yeah, you're right. 4 runs. A little tickle down the leg side. That won't please the bowler. He'll be even more fired up now for these last 3 balls of the over. So he's had a wicket, a bit of a shout, and then a tickle down the leg side for 4. Right, here we go. Good take by Steve Aston. Oh, bowler following through. Having a little look down the wicket at the batsman, who has no intention of creating any eye contact whatsoever. Yeah, so in 2 balls' time, I'm going to be handing over to Owen and saying cheerio to this gang. And I would say that they've done a fantastic job. And if any of you are listening to this and you need their kind of services, then do get in touch, because they're a great bunch, great team. And they're hugely great fun and very knowledgeable to work with. So if you need something like this for your event or whatever it might be, not just cricket, then... do get in touch and make that happen for them, because they're looking for opportunities, guys, I think, aren't you? Right, here we go. Last ball of Mike Palmer's over. And that's clipped into mid-wicket. No run. So that's me done. So I'm going to hand over to Owen. Thank you, Harrison. And there we go.
Thank you, Trevor. Thank you for the kind words. Safe travel home and good luck in the quarter-final next week.
Thank you very much.
Good over there from Mike Palmer. Making the breakthrough. Just when England needed it after USA had made an impressive start to the run chase, but nothing more than that in the end. Ravi saw a quick flash of an innings and departed. As Owen Mason opens his notebook next to me, slides himself back in for another stint.
Yeah, cheers, Harrison. And yeah, just a big thank you to Trevor Lee. If you want a new podcast to listen to, the Silver Stumps podcast is an absolutely cracking podcast. All about over 60s cricket. It's absolutely fantastic. So a big thank you for Trevor for having a few stints on commentary. Ooh, but yes, it's been a good start for England. A nice breakthrough. Well, a good start for the USA, really, before that early wicket lost for Ravi Shuri. But yeah, Mike Palmer, doing Mike Palmer things, isn't it? Harrison, my goodness, he loves taking a wicket. And that was a great way to get rid of the captain.
Yep, it wasn't maybe quite as early as he would have liked it, and he did seem to be getting a little riled up, but he channeled it in the right way.
Yes.
And he managed to outwit USA captain, and Neil Brathwaite did the rest for him.
Yeah, for the USA now, they want more shots like that. Does that's going to head towards the boundary for 4 runs, moves them on to 39 for 1. Gets Barling Day off the mark as well. His first off 15 deliveries, 4 off 15 for him. But yes, it's no Sheet. It was Rizvan Sheet on that one. But yes, interesting spell. The US, they'll just be hoping. I think Trevor said it best. They just like to play out their 45 overs and maybe try and reach a target of 200. They made a decent crack at it already at 40 for 1.
Graham to do it at fast outfield, good batting wicket, not the biggest as well. So all it takes is 1 or 2. Well, 2 of them to form a partnership together, 1 of them to maybe go on and make a score of note, and it can happen.
That's right. Yeah, Kevin Watson in for his 4th over, halfway through that. Rizwan Sheet, 8 off 8. 2 dot balls in succession for Kevin Watson. Can he end the over with 2 more?
He can take a wicket instead.
Wow, fantastic. That's it for Rizwan Sheet. Great catch. I believe, was it Timur Allen?
Yes, it was. He's just prodded forward there, the batter, drawn an outside edge, and it's gone quite quickly to Timur. But just like the rest of his day, it's going exactly how he wants it after his 137 earlier. And a deserved reward for Kev. Kev Watson picks up his first, 40 for 2 now. USA, we come towards the end of the 8th over. Another blow. Lost their captain and vice-captain now.
Yeah, 1 apiece for Palmer and Watson now. Yeah, well deserved for Kevin Watson. He loves to take a wicket. That's coming in to help out CK. Chandrakant Barlingate. We'll just get confirmation of that. So yes, it's going to be Prem Suri. Barlingate on 1 of his 15 deliveries. So yeah, 1 final delivery of this Watson over. A 1 for 2 dot balls and a wicket. What can he do in this final delivery of his 4th over? Another dot ball to end it off. Pressure on the USA, 2 early wickets after such a good spell. as you said, Harrison, captain and vice captain gone.
Yep, and I've maybe the last couple of overs almost summarises the tour for them in a way.
Yeah.
They've got themselves into positions at times, but maybe given their inexperience and the difference in quality between the two sides, they haven't been able to kick on at any point, and England just found a way to push the door open, and now going to be looking to kick it down now.
Yeah, that's right. You know, you look at the likes of yesterday. I'll say yesterday, Monday at Eastern Castle against the Lions. 107 all out after almost 43 and a half overs. Yeah, it's a interesting spell this for the US. But while Mike Palmer's back for his 5th over, could prove to be a bit ominous for the United States. Here's Palmer. That's a decent one, and that'll go towards the boundary. Yes, it will. 44 for 2 for the US, and that's Chandakant Barlingate. 5 off 16, 5 off 17, I should say.
Aggressive shot from him, a bit out of character for most of his innings, but he's found the gap very well there, and he gets himself 4, as you say, to move on to 5, and it's that sort of positive mindset USA need when they're coming out here, because it's not easy for them. It is very challenging, but there are runs to be had. They employ themselves in the right way.
Yeah, that's right. Run rate at the moment for them is about 5 and over, which isn't bad by any stretch. That run rate, because of that high target, just keeps rising all the time. 9.2, almost 9.3 and over required to breach that record target for England. And Mike Palmer will be happy to keep providing deliveries like that. Force 2 dot balls, 3 out of the 4 of this 5th over for Mike Palmer have been dot balls. Oh, it's a decent shot by CK. And I'll head towards the boundary for 4.
It's a shot a lot of these USA batters love, almost a really late forced one.
Yeah.
Kind of through the gully region, and last week England ended up having 2 or 3 gullies to try and stop it, and they still went for it, but that was well controlled by CK. Keeping it on the floor, most importantly, not giving the likes of Neil Brathwaite, Timor Allen a chance in there to take it, because on the evidence we've seen so far today, they will.
Oh no, that's right, Harrison. Into over number 10 we go then. USA on a decent start of 48 for 2. And that's Prem Fury for his 2nd ball. Kevin Watson's 5th over. Kevin Watson after claiming that wicket over his Van Sheet in his previous over. Looking to continue. That here with Suri. 2 dot balls in succession starts him off. He won't mind that.
opportunity for England to build some dot balls together now. As I say, that Prem Suri drags one over the leg side for 4. Picked it up lovely there, number 4 batter, and he gets himself going for the afternoon.
That is a cracker as one of the spectators throws it back to the Lions skipper, Jason Cornt. Yeah, brilliant shot from Prem Suri. And that's the 50 run mark hit by the US in just short of 40 minutes. Kev Watson comes in again for a third dot ball of the over. Yeah, one more game to come then for the US. That's tomorrow at Hamworthy. That final test against the Lions. Be careful with that one.
Very good ball.
Yeah.
From Kevin Watson, beat Prem Suri. All ends up there. Nearly. I imagine it was close to both the edge and the stump.
Oh, that's a big call, yes, and it is. Kev Watson was quick on it to call it. And that's it. A second wicket for Kevin Watson. It's LBW on Prem Suri. After only claiming 4 runs off 7 deliveries, that's Prem Suri's day done. And Kev Watson's second wicket in 5 overs.
Well, we thought the previous one was close to both the edge and the stumps. That one was close to the middle of the pad. And there wasn't an edge, and unsurprisingly, there's no problem on height from our position, and the umpire believed the line was good. He's got his second of the day, and it's another blow for the USA as Peter Jones makes his way out now to join CK in the middle, but a very well-deserved second wicket. Kev Watson, opportunity to open the bowling today, and he's taken it.
Yeah, certainly, Harrison. He's done really well there. 2 for him. He'll be chuffed with that. As Peter Jones joins CK bowling gate in the middle. Partnership that was starting to just provide us a touch of momentum for the US. 12 off 13 balls in only 8 minutes that they were together in the middle. But Peter Jones will be open to just calm it down a little bit for the US. Yeah, 104 all out was their score in the first ODI at Winchmore Hill last week in the Kleenclad Cup. After England put a target up of 353 for the loss of 7 wickets. And of course at Chipping Camden on Sunday, the early start of 11 AM, the USA, after having 10 runs in their first over and 40 for 4 at one point, still in an alright position with 46 all out after 17.5 overs. So that's how the Kleenclad Cup was won. And England looking for that clean sweep, just like they had in the Stonehill Cup against the West Indies earlier this summer. Well on their way to doing just that. If Kev Watson's 2 wickets or anything to go by.
Wonder how long Gordon Lanks will keep both of these on here.
That's a good point.
Especially given the damage Phil Deacon has done in both games. And Lee Self, he's not playing today, but those slower bowlers, they've had a lot of joy against the USA batters so far. And Raziyama playing in place of Lee Self today. He'll want to get himself amongst it and pick up a couple of wickets.
Yeah, dot ball and an LB. So far, in this sits for Mike Palmer over. Good point Harrison made there. Held on, Will Ed Dorden. Let's keep these two in charge of the bowling. As here he comes, Mike Palmer in again. Yeah, Phil Deaton's waiting in the wings. We mentioned it a few times today. 2 off matching Jim Phillips' all-time record of 51 wickets. 3 off becoming the outright leader.
Extra level of intrigue to the contest to keep an eye on.
That's nice.
Will he still have 3 wickets to take when he comes on to bowl?
Point, yeah.
We'll find out when it comes to it. But here, imagine he'll be on first change. That's well played there by Peter Jones for couple.
Yeah, 2 off that one. To get him off the mark and get the USA on 55 runs. Palmer. In again. Yeah. Steve Aston is always quick on it, isn't he?
He loves it, stood up to the stumps. It's a real challenge for any wicket keeper, but it's something he excels at, and especially when it's just going past the edge like that. It might deflect, it might not, but you've got to just follow the ball and trust in your skill set. That occasion, Aston uses his pads to good effect to stop it running away, most likely to the boundary for another 4 wides on top of the one that was given.
Yeah, I think we could just about hear an expletive from Peter Jones then as he swatted at that ball and didn't get much on it. Mike Palmer then for the final delivery of this over. And it's the 4th dot ball. Hobbs sits for over. 3 off it for the USA. It's back in for Kev Watson. Or is it?
Looks like it's time for Razi Ahmed.
Oh.
Just mentioned him a moment ago.
Yeah.
Slight change maybe. Kev Watson maybe feeling the effects of bowling in Yorkshire's win yesterday as well. On top of a 5-over spell to start today. Freshen it up with Razi. His 3rd game in 3 days after the Lions Monday. A trip to Suffolk with Gloucestershire yesterday.
Oh,
and now back down in Hampshire. I imagine he's going to enjoy a very well-deserved day off tomorrow. At least from cricket.
Obviously Kev Watson's win, that was against my mighty Worcestershire, wasn't it?
Yes,
oh dear.
It was indeed. If you want me to mention it again, I can.
I used to like Kevin Watson. No, well done to them. Yesterday. Well then, Razi Ahmed then to start his bowling. His first over in the 12th of the contest for the USA. Come on, Razi Ahmed, as a call from Mike Palmer. What can he do here? To try and dispatch of either Barling Nay or Peter Jones. And he comes in.
Good start on the money. It's going to be an interesting battle against CK because he doesn't get drawn into playing too many shots. But maybe if you present a hittable one to him, he will go after it, and it could then give one of your fielders in the ring an opportunity. No one on the boundary for England.
That's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, no one around the boundary rope. 3 dot balls then for Raziyama to start off his first over. Make that 4. That's a what? Yeah, is that a wide signal by umpire John Knapp? Certainly is. 57 for 3 then. Because of that. Oh. Sneaks away. They will get 2 runs out of it. Yes, they will.
Very good call from CK to come back for
Yeah.
the second there. Both of them were sort of just ambling through for the first one, but he turned, saw Mike Palmer hadn't quite reached the ball, and came sprinting back. It's good positive intent there from the USA.
Yeah, certainly so. As we see, a few spectators enjoying their late afternoon to early evening. The chairs are out. They're enjoying a good standard of cricket all round. Mike Palmer then back for his 7th over. He's almost done. On the bowling side anyway. And dot ball to start off proceedings.
From Peter Jones, he's just getting himself in, and I mean, there's a recognition just maybe to see off Mike Palmer, knowing the dangers he can present to batters, just keeping his bat straight, keeping out those straight ones, prodding forward. But Mike Palmer's not missing his mark at the moment as he comes back in for his 3rd ball of his 7th over. Well dug out by Peter Jones. That was the fuller one from Mike. He's got hands on his head. Not sure how it hasn't got through, but Jones got his bat down in the nick of time.
Yeah, 3 dot balls for Mr. Mike Palmer. As that run rate slowly reaching 10. And over. Such is the fantastic target that the England put up for the US to try and attack this afternoon. As we mentioned, the record run score for the England over 60s. Great to see a bit of history here at Hursley Park this afternoon. Might not be the last we see with a bit of history. We'll wait and see for that one.
Sign he might be getting a little tired now, Palmer. But 5 dot balls this over. He'll want to finish it off for Maiden. He's gone. That one was left by Jones. He won't want to see another leave. Went past the edge of the ball before. Maybe looking to find the edge or all the 3 wooden sticks behind the batter. Well defended by Jones, and Palmer has his hands on his hips that time. It's another showing of disbelief as to how he hasn't got a second wicket. What's that? 59 for 3 after 13 now. The USA ticking along at 4.5 and over. Phil Deacon just starting his warm-ups as well, so he may well be coming from Palmer's End next over.
You can see the US side watching on, wondering what they make of this. Yeah, Razi Ahmed will be back in for his second over. 1 wicket, 1 maiden. 28 runs in those Mike Palmer overs for the US. CK with a defensive prod to start off this Razi Ahmed over. Oh, it's up in the air, and Jason Corn catches it with ease there. Razi Ahmed claims his first wicket of the day. USA 59 for 4.
Well, again, talking about with Razi against CK, he might be able to draw an attacking shot from him. He's tossed one up, gone after it, but he hasn't got hold of it at all, and Jason Corn's done well to get round to his left there at mid-on and taking it reverse cup style, two-handed. England have their 4th of the afternoon, just the 14th over.
That's an interesting one, isn't it? As it just went up in the air there, you could see the hand time on that ball. You thought, hang on a minute. Jason Corn's got his eye on that. And that's exactly what he did. Great catch. And the US 59 for 4 then now. Who will join Peter Jones? It will be yes, Natvi to come in. Abid Syed Natvi to come in for the United States of America to join Peter Jones in the middle. Halfway to a wicket maiden. Here's Razi Ahmed. Razi would like to continue as he means to do on. Oh, goodness. Went for a swipe at that, did Natvi in his opening ball.
He has batted right down the bottom of the order.
That's right.
The first couple of ODIs, so whether this is to give him a bit more of an opportunity to have a bat, but I don't think he's here for a long time, but I think he's going to try and be here for a good time.
Great adage share from Harrison. 2 more to come for Razi Ahmed then. Hey up. Big call, and he's got it. 2 wickets in an over for Razi Ahmed, and Natvi out for a duck. Oh dear.
Sensed it might have been coming, and Razi Ahmed was running towards the umpire there while appealing to try and get that wicket, and he eventually convinced one of the Johns to give it, and he's got his second in 3 balls, and England are halfway there.
Razi Ahmed. Fantastic. In his coming up to the end of his second over, 1 more delivery in this second over. 2 runs Sorry, 2 wickets for 3 runs. Incredible from Razi Ahmed. And to join Peter Jones now to try to stop the rot is Chetan Shah for the US. Oh yeah, it was the last delivery actually.
Double wicket maiden
Hey.
for Ahmed. It's very good.
Brilliant. Still thinking about that appeal.
Oh, hello. It's not Phil Deacon.
Ooh.
Nick Gaywood's going to be having a bowl.
Hey.
He does bowl for Yorkshire.
Yeah.
I did see him at a moment ago warming up his left arm off spin, but I didn't think Gordon Lennox was going to turn there. But he has.
Wow. 2 overs, 1 maiden. 2 wickets for 3 runs. Fantastic from Razi Ahmed. So then, Peter Jones and Chetan Shah to face Nick Gaywood. They will get a run to get onto 60 for 5.
Kev Watson, Gaywood's fellow Yorkie vocal there, getting behind his county teammate. I mean, after his unbeaten 65 in no time earlier, a couple of wickets would be fantastic.
Yeah.
For Gaywood as well to round off the day. Don't go back to those, Chetan Shah. Your best bet is getting on the front foot.
Oh, he's in again then. Gaywood. But now good from Nick Gaywood. 2 dot balls in succession, plus that single to open his first over. 3 to go then. Just approaching 5:30 here at Hursley Park Cricket Club. Thanks for joining us on the YouTube channel, everybody. If you've just joined us, 60 for 5 are the US just before the first drinks break. The loss of Ravi Suri. Here's Van Sheet. Prem Suri. And then within the same over, Razi Ahmed got a double wicket maiden. CK Barlinde. And Abid Syed Natbi. Ooh. Well. Oh dear. That's a big one, isn't it? He went for it, didn't he? He went for the run. And unfortunately for Chetan Shah, he's out for a duck as well. After deciding, yeah, I'll run for that. And, yep, didn't end too well. Unfortunately for Chetan Shah. He's out, Nick Gaywood. My goodness, he's got a wicket for himself as well.
Complete breakdown in communication in the middle. And you've got the run out to go with the rest of it now. And in a blink of an eye, USA 60 for 6 after 15 overs, after being 3 down after 13.
Yeah.
Got themselves into a real pickle as we take drinks now.
Interesting spell. This for the US. Peter Jones remains in. He's seen 3 of his counterparts depart quite quickly. No way of building a partnership, unfortunately, for Peter Jones. The US 60 for 6 then in this final Kleenclad Cup International. The 3rd ODI. England currently 2-0 up in the series, looking to make it 3-0 for a clean sweep in the Kleenclad Cup. So to join Chetan Shah, no, sorry, to join Peter Jones, Chetan Shah just went. To replace Chetan Shah, did it right. It will be Rajesh Adate to come in. But Razi Ahmed will be licking his chops after claiming 2 wickets in his last over.
Slip, leg slip. Mike Palmer very close in on the left side. And I believe there's a phrase that sums that one up that can't be said on comms, but Razi Ahmed presents a very hittable ball to Peter Jones, who just sweeps across the line and has completely missed it and is bowled. And 2 balls after drinks, the USA lose another, and this is quickly becoming a rather sudden death.
Yeah.
For them this afternoon.
It's becoming all she wrote. I think it's Razi Ahmed 3 for 3. Look at that. In his 3rd over. And unfortunately for Peter Jones, he goes for 3 off 13. And in comes Pardeep Gill. 60 for 7. That's unfortunate for the US, who started off really well again. So they've shown brightness. They really have. There's really been improvement by the United States of America over 60s. I told you Razi Ahmed will be licking his chops. He's just claimed his 3rd wicket. That's superb from him. I'll be very pleased with that. But Razi Ahmed has now got 2 men who are yet to get off the mark and yet to face a ball. So Pardeep Gill has got to get something, and get something fast for the US.
Batted very well in the first ODI. Pardeep Gill ended up somewhere in the 40s, I believe, and was a bit of a lone hand that afternoon, but offered a great deal of resistance and did it with some attacking flair as well. They turned down a very, very long single there. Yeah. The USA, as it trickled out to Kev Watson, a deep backward square leg, but let's have a dot ball for Razi Ahmed.
He's well on his way to another wicket maiden. Is Razi Ahmed. 2 more deliveries in this, his 3rd over. Oh, goodness me. Timur Alam almost had a shout at that. But ironically, that will almost go for 4, but the captain just about saves it from going for 4, but they will get 3 runs out of it, I think. Yes, they will. $63 for 7 then are the US. Final delivery for Razi Ahmed in this, his 3rd over. And Darte had to be careful though, because that was his first delivery.
It's getting closer and closer. Razi Ahmed, it doesn't seem to be a delivery that he isn't close, although that one may have bounced up off the bat and hit Idarte in the helmet. It just seems to be calling on USA support staff just to have a check, see if he's all okay.
$16th over complete. The US 63 for 7, but the story of that over was, of course, Razi Ahmed. claiming his third wicket of the day, getting Peter Jones out. It's beautifully set up for Phil Deakin now, if he wants to take it now.
Maybe England are saving that for another day. They don't want
Yeah.
another record to tumble.
Who will be next in? Nick Day was practising in the bat just there. Is it? Will he be back? Does he claim a wicket? There we go. You've got Jason Corns, you've got Mike Palmer, you've got Kevin Watson, and I believe Steve Aston. They're all having a chat. What's for tea tonight, folks? What's going on? It's a long drive back for some of them, isn't it?
Yep. Most of them, imagine, might be heading back up tonight, although some of the more northern ones might take the hotel stay before travelling back after only coming down this morning, given the county championship yesterday. But they take 3 more wickets quickly. They can start those journeys earlier.
Yeah, that's quite right. Yes. Yeah. Pardeep Gill and Rajesh Adarte, and trying to just form a partnership, trying to see this out. But the way England are going, how ruthless they are. It's just that consistency with England. We spoke about it, the professionalism. Richard Merriman spoke about it at length, where, you know, it doesn't matter the opposition. They treat every game. You know, it's an international fixture. You know, you're representing your country, and they treat it with the same respect, whoever they play, and that shows when it comes out. The professionalism is just second to none from this bunch, and you'll know that Harrison, after being involved for quite a number of years.
Yep, they're not going to want to let any standards drop at any point in any game they're playing.
Certainly.
Nick Gaywood comes in for second over.
Pardeep Gill prods it defensively back for a dot ball.
Tossed up from Gaywood. Razi Ahmed out at what is almost a cow corner. England players are all saying, asking if he's ready, trying to tease Pardeep Gill into playing the shot. Flatter one that time. Good fielding from the captain. Can't stop the one, but saves any extra runs there. Pardeep Gill moves himself on to 4, and Rajesh Idarte is ready to face his second ball. Razi Ahmed being repositioned in front of us. Very nearly carried back to Gaywood off Idarte's bat. Thought he was in business for a second. Great shot.
Yeah, that's nice.
Skipper chases hard, but the ball beats him. Rajesh Idarte's off the mark. In great style as well, through the covers for 4. We're on to 68 for 7 after the 17th over. And over without a wicket as well after the recent flurry.
Yeah, too right. Gill and Darte just trying to form a partnership to get going. As you can see, that as afternoon turns into evening, at Hursley Park Cricket Club here in Hampshire. A pleasure to be here. Lovely tea, as always, of all these cricket grounds. Been fantastic. But in comes Razi Ahmed. He wants wicket number 4. In over number 4. Oh, it's up in the air, and that's a decent shot, and that'll go for 4 runs.
There's the attacking side to Pardeep Gill. Found the gap, kept it relatively down for most of its journey. Doubles his score to move on to 8.
Just what are they inspecting there, Harrison? I'm going to miss that.
In case the ball took any damage.
Ah, right.
Maybe it might have bumped into something. There's a few tools, cones and other stuff in that area of the ground.
Yeah.
Umpires like to be happy the ball's still in a fit condition. Another aggressive hoik from Pardeep Gill. Didn't properly connect this time, the inside edge into his pad. Could have easily rolled back onto his stumps.
Big old call.
Well, he didn't have the same energy of running towards the umpire as his previous one, so if I was to make a guess, Razi didn't think that one was out.
No. 3 dot balls on that 4. In this 4th Razi Ahmed over. Faces Pardeep Gill again. Brilliant shot. And that'll head over the boundary for another 4 runs to bring the US onto 76 for 7.
Getting his eye in, isn't he?
Yeah.
When the ball's tossed up and it's in his area, he's going to swing regardless and go down fighting at Hursley Park, and it bit similar to his knock in the first ODI.
Yeah.
Oh, attacking shots.
Yeah, valiant.
Brave bowling
Yeah.
from Razi to toss it out really far. There's no 2 there to Richard Merriman.
Yeah, it's a valiant effort by Pardeep Gill this. As the US move on to 77 for 7. As that's the end of the 18th over. Here at Hursley Park as we fast approach 6 o'clock. I'll say as well as the cricket tea, they had some fantastic tunes on the DJ decks at the interval. Bit of Frankie Valley in the Four Seasons being my highlight of it. Either that or Erasure. Anyway, on to the 19th over we go then. US just stopping the rod ever so slightly after the loss of Peter Jones at 60 for 7. Now at 77 for 7. They just want to keep this going as much as they possibly can. Great shot again. As that head towards the sight screens for 4. Dawood's back in for his 3rd over. It's Phil Deakin. Tries to retrieve it. Hopefully behind the side screens. Yes, it is.
Have a nice shot. Straight down the ground this time. Eyeing up Nick Gaywood on this occasion. Got himself onto 17 or 15 balls.
Be nice for the US if they can surpass their 104 that they made at Winchmore Hill in the opening ODI last Wednesday. With shots like that, they won't go far, Ron Harrison. 85 for 7 for them now. 2 boundaries in succession for Pardeep Gill.
Tossed up again, and Razzie Ahmed almost level with the wickets there at a very, very short mid-off, and it's gone over him. If he was a little further back, I reckon he would have taken that. Gay would have had a wicket, and Gill would have been on his way, but I don't think, as long as that ball was tossed up or was full, he's swinging, regardless of how many men Gordon Lennox puts back on the boundary.
Pardeep Gill to face another Nick Gaywood ball then. Oh, they'll go for that run.
Great running.
Yeah, really good.
Good call from Rajesh Adate there. Just drag the length slightly back there. Nick Gaywood. Pardeep Gill went on the back foot and just cut it to point.
Much needed dot ball for Nick Gaywood. Can he get another one to end this 3rd over of his? He certainly can. And at the end of the 19th, it's 86 for 7 for the United States.
Good over for them. 9 off it. Taking closer to that 100 mark and the score you mentioned, Owen. In the first ODI as Razzie Ahmed gets ready for another over. And there's the captain on screen, shepherding his troops. On a conversation with Timo Allen.
Yeah, over number 20 then. Razzie Ahmed looking for wicket number 4 and over number 5 for him. It's a nice one for a single to move the US on to 87 runs. Gill on 23.
Very similar shot down to deep back of square leg that was turned down for a single a few overs ago. These two got a bit of confidence in their understanding between each other now. Happy to rotate the strike.
Rajesh Adate back on strike. He'll go for that run. Another bit of running between the stumps, and that's 88 for 7. Adate moves on to 5. Runs for himself off 7 deliveries.
Oh, needs his lace doing. Realised in the nick of time before Razzie Ahmed was about to bowl. Timo Allen doing the job for Gill. Steve Aston offering an idea to Gordon Lennox, and Richard Merriman comes in a few paces off the boundary at deep mid-wicket, maybe hoping Gill's shot finds him there.
Another nice signal moves the US onto 89 with Dill's 24th run of proceedings. Rajesh Adarte back on strike then for Razi Ahmed. That's nice.
Sort of ball Mike Palmer didn't want to see when he was very close in there on the leg side, but he's got four more for Adarte. Moves to 9. USA into the 90s.
Yeah, that's nice. With this final delivery of the 20th over. As you say, only 11 off, matching what they got at Winchmore Hill last Wednesday in the first ODI of the Kleenclad Cup. Where, of course, England got to 353 for 7, so not too far off what they got today. Obviously, they surpassed that by just short of 30 runs to reach a record total, smashing the record from 3 years ago against Wales. 382 for 3 today here at Hursley Park. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Helped along the way by Timur Alam's fantastic 130. Oh, I've lost it. 133.
137.
Oh, 137.
You're doing him a disservice.
I am. Yeah, dot ball to end that Ahmed over then. But 7 off that over for the US. Moves them on to 93 for 7.
Neil Brathwaite coming back on, placing Mel Hussein, and he's been sent straight to the opposite end of the ground to a field on the boundary. It's the negative to being a good fielder. You need to be in the hot spots at all points. Great pick up and throw from Jason Corn.
Very good.
Rajesh Adarte gone wandering up with his crease at non-striker's end. Could have easily been a run out, second one of the innings. Bit of a yes-no going on again there. They don't need another mix-up.
No, it was a shame, wasn't it? When it was Chetan Shah, wasn't it? That went out on that unfortunate run out. Shame really for them. But on this one, Gaywood getting a few dot balls to start him off. But a single, but that moves them on to 94 for 7. In comes Adarte, who's 9 off 9 at the moment. Here's his 10th ball to be delivered to him. And he'll get his 10th run. 95 runs now for the US.
Just saw Jason Corn starting to get his arm loose at mid-off. Looking the Lions captain's going to be called upon soon. Have a bowl. Nicely played there by Pradeep Gill. He's going to look for 2. You know, I would turn that down, and he does.
One more delivery of Gaywood's 4th over. 18 runs conceded so far. 3 in this over. Here's Gaywood. That's a dot ball to end proceedings off. And the US move on to 96 for 7. 21 overs in.
Gone just under 6 overs without a wicket, or losing a wicket now. USA. Decent little partnership building. These two face 34 balls between them.
If they do get through these 45 overs, as Phil Deakin has to get himself a bit ready. That's an ominous sign for the United States of America. After Sunday, at least, 4 overs, 4 wickets. My goodness. But the most extraordinary thing about that, as Rossi Ahmed comes in now, I'll make my point in just a moment. They'll get another run there. Oh, I say they'll try another run, but Phil Deakin was right on it there, Harrison.
I mean, if that was Ed picking it up rather than Phil Deakin, Pardeep Gill might have ended up in a little bit of trouble.
We've just hit 6 o'clock. Here at Hursley Park. Yeah, the point I was trying to make there, Harrison, was it was just the quickness of where the US were at 40 for 4, and then when Lee Self and Phil Deakin combined, it wasn't in as many balls as well either, was it? That was the most incredible thing about it. Within a flash, the US are all out. Like, that was the most incredible thing of the other day at Chipping Camden. But you were trying to keep up with the updates. My goodness.
Luckily, a day off. Peter was in charge of the update, so I thank him for his work in that period, because
brilliant, yeah.
That is the art of a true batting collapse. It just happens in the blink of an eye. And the game can, well, not really completely change. It ended in that period. Never going to be in doubt, England chasing it.
That's right. But if the US from here, Harrison, can play out their 45 overs, from where they are in this at 97 for 7, that is quite a feat if they can do that.
That would be some achievement. I imagine they might just be thinking, let's get to the second drinks break at the moment.
Definitely. Yeah, 5 dot balls and a single.
Right, so I believe Phil Deakin might be coming from Razi Ahmed's end. No, he might be coming now. There was a bit of pointing from Gordon Lennox. Yeah, it's time for Phil Deakin.
Oh no. Here we go. This could be curtains for the USA if Phil Deakin wants to break this record.
He's got the exact 3 wickets he needs.
Yeah. Written in the stars, eh, Harrison? Oh, goodness. Well, here we go then. 2 off the record, as we've been mentioning all day, of Jim Phillips of 51. He's on 49 wickets. Fantastic feat in his own right to reach 49 wickets. Here we go. That's a dot ball to start proceedings for Mr. Deakin. No. Can he break this partnership that's forming between Pardeep Gill and Rajesh Adarte? Well, at this moment, the US will claim another run. Gill on 28 off 28.
Just noticed the big screen scoreboard. It's broken. It's stuck at 87 for 7 after 19.1 overs. But as you can see, it's actually 98 for 7 off 22.2. No single that time, which Merman in quickly. A backward point. Phil Deakin just getting himself into his spell.
Four dot balls and a single. And Deakin made it 5 in his opening over.
Yes, he can. .98 for 7 after 23 overs, gone past the halfway mark. With this run chase, US are still battling away out there in the middle here at Hursley Park as the big screen scoreboard is back up to date. Someone's pressed the reset button and it's back up and running. And here is Jason Corn coming on for Razi Ahmed at the, guess what, probably is the pavilion end. Well, we've talked about Phil Deakin needing 3 wickets. Jason Corn will be wanting to pick up some of his own to help his own standing in the England setup.
Jason Corn then. How's it? Go on, J-Dog is the call. I like that one. Yeah, he's had a busy few days. He'll be captaining the Lions at Hamworthy tomorrow. So he's surely staying down south. That's one hell of a trek if he's going up to come back down again.
He'll be staying.
Yeah, he'd like to think so.
There won't be any debate on that one. There's no way he's driving back up to Nottingham way almost, or wherever he's based these days. Debate over an LBW decision from the kids in the nets behind us. Whew. Body Gill aims another swipe at the ball through mid-on.
Oh, Ed Jordan Lennox. Oh.
Or does he? Might have just brought that back in fantastically with his foot. And it just keeping it to the 2 runs. Setting the example, the captain.
Yeah, the US with that will reach 100 runs. But it could have been 102 because, my goodness, that was a cracking bit of fielding by the England skipper. That's a cracker.
That one's 4.
Brilliant.
And with that, they've gone past or equal the total.
I believe so. I think it might. That one did touch the boundary rope then, that last one. I believe. I don't know if I saw the call from the umpire though. We're saying that on the scoreboard as well on our online one as well. So 106 for 7, yeah. So it's 2 boundaries in a row. Unfortunately for Ed Gordon Lennox, it wasn't. It was a very valiant effort. But the US reach 106 for 7.
Oh, the tame end to the over from Pardeep Gill, just leaving a couple after his couple of powerful shots down the ground. He's on 36 off 34. Rajesh Siddharte 10 off 18. USA 106 for 7 after 24 overs. These two now put on 46 together. Very good effort. 8 boundaries in that. 52 balls. They'll be wanting to keep on going as Phil Deakin comes in for second over. As Owen said, hunting for wickets.
Yeah, it's nice from the US because, as you say, 60 for 7 was where they were when they lost the wicket of Peter Jones. So it's been good that they've surpassed their Kleenclad Cup total of 104 at that opening one at Winchmore Hill last Wednesday. I was up in Kevin Watson land while watching that. I was up in Yorkshire watching that game at Winchmore Hill. Yes, Phil Deakin, after only conceding 1 run in that first over, into his second. 2 doubles to start off. Four out of 4 for Mr. Deakin of dot balls. That's 5. 1 more for a maiden.
Seven dot balls in a row.
Wow.
For the team after Corns 2 at the end of his first over.
There you go.
Make it 8 and a maiden. For Phil Deakin in his second over, 0 for 1 after over so far. 106 for 7 of 25, the USA. 5 overs away from the second drinks break, 20 away from them batting out their full 45. That's still 120 balls away, a long way away for them. 2 of them just enjoying themselves out there.
Jason Cornt, the Lions skipper, is back in. For over number 26. They will break the dot ball fest. 9 is the streak. But then they'll get on to 107 for 7 with that single. Deal on 37 of 36 deliveries. Idarte 10 off 24.
Extravagant leave from Rajesh Idarte, raising the bat above his head and moving his back leg to cover it as well, making sure on all grounds he wasn't involved with that ball in any way.
Dot ball 1, dot ball, 2 more to come for Cornt. Hey, there you go. Jason Cornt claims his first wicket of the day, and it's Rajesh Idarte. There you go. Steve Aston hot on it, as he always is. 8th wicket. 107 for 8.
Fantastic bowling from Cornt. He's drawn Idarte forward there, forced him to overbalance, and as you say, Steve Aston does the rest. Quick glove work, they were off in a flash, and England will hope that after that 47-run stand, the last couple of wickets follow quickly as well. So they can secure that 3-0 whitewash win in the Kleenclad Cup.
So yes, partnership broken. Rajesh Adate goes. And with that, stop the press. Phil Deaton will not break the record today. He might still match it though. Or get ever closer. 1 run conceded in his 2 overs. 3rd over to come for him. Gildo, great return, 37 off 36. So not a bad return, as Harrison mentioned earlier. Similar to his total at Winchmore Hill. Well then, Deakin. Oh, it's up in the air. And there you go. Phil Deakin's got his 50th wicket for England. And that's another one in succession. Pardeep Deal is right up in the air. And that's Timur Alam taking that fantastic catch. And that's 50 for Phil Deakin. Fantastic for him. And he's only now 1 away from matching Jim Phillips' record.
Pardeep Gill is going to be unhappy with himself, I sense. It's a very soft way for his innings to come to an end. Just looped to Timur Alam at square leg, who did very well to come in and take the catch. 1 more needed for England.
And Maheshwari is in. He was obviously replacing Rajesh Adate. We'll see who comes in to replace Pardeep Gill to be the final 2. Yeah, Sankar Jayaram will join Maheshwari. But they'll both know if one of them falls, that's all it. That's it for the US. Phil Deakin. Written in the stars, he can match the record here for Jim Phillips of 51 wickets if he is to claim 1 more now. And the way he's been in his 3rd over now, 1 wicket for 1 run. Here we go, Phil Deakin. Defensive dot ball by Santa Jayaram to kick things off for him. Oh, close one for Jayaram on his 2nd ball. Deakin well on his way for a wicket maiden though. Two more needed for that. Sankar. Jayaram. Yeah, 1 more. That's another dot ball. 1 more for a wicket maiden for Mr. Phil Deakin. We saw a double wicket maiden from Razi Ahmed earlier in the US innings. Can Phil Deakin do the same? He certainly can.
Very good bowling from left arm spinner from Lancashire. Got his reward at the start of the over and dotted up the new batter very well. There. And it's on to Jason Corn to try and finish the game off now.
Yep, 28th over. In comes the Lions skipper for his third over of the day. Yeah, Phil Deakin, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 1 run. Fantastic for Phil Deakin. Always extremely economical with ball in hand. It's going to be the first ball delivered to Maheshwari.
3 slips and a gully.
Oh yeah, that's a great shot. Corn then in, and the dot ball to start it off.
He's going to have to pitch it up a bit if he wants his slips to have any action. A little short for the edge to be found on that occasion.
Jason Corn halfway to a maiden. With that, the US will stop the rot ever so slightly and get a run on the board. US now on to 108 for 9. Maheshwari off the mark. 1 run off 3 deliveries for him. Such was the massive target England set. The US still need 275 just to level it. It's extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary stuff from England. Sankajayaram.
What have we got here? We've got a slip.
Look at this.
2 leg slips, almost. Or was team on more of a leg gully?
Hey, Gordon Lennox.
Time for another slip.
Here we go, look. Look at this.
Mike Palmer as well, is it?
Oh my goodness. Here we go.
So what we got? We've got a slip, 2 gullies, a leg slip and a leg gully. Well, that was just for 1 ball. Time for Phil Deakin.
Here we go. Phil Deakin still got a chance to level. Mr. Jim Phillips is 51. Wicket record for the England over 60s. With a wicket here, he will do so. As you can see, Neil Brathwaite on the screen now. There's umpire John. 29th. Over then. Can the US survive another 2 overs to get to that second rinse break? Or will Phil Deakin end proceedings here and level up Jim Phillips?
So this occasion, what, we got 2 slips, which remember is basically a silly point, and then Ed short cover. 4 men round the back, plus the keeper. And he just calmly plays it up to mid-on like nothing's going on. Might have hit more of the ground than the ball there. But I imagine the close offside fielders might have.
Phil Deakin in at the end then. Ooh, had a swipe. Did Abai Maheshwari.
Jim Herman turned his back at silly point. He didn't want any of that.
Yeah.
It's one way of getting rid of them.
Here's Deakin at the end then. Hey! There you go then. Phil Deakin has levelled Jim Phillips. His wicket record of 51. He now stands joint top of the wicket-taking leaderboard. And with that, England have bowled the US out for 108 all out. Maheshwari on for 1 of 8 deliveries. And England have a clean sweep in the Kleenclad Cup. 3 wins to 0, 3-0. And another successful summer series after the Stonehill Cup for England against the West Indies. They now seal the Kleenclad Cup in a clean sweep as well. 3-0, well done to England. What do you make of that, Harrison?
Another very good performance from the England side. 3 very good ones across the series, but as you can see on the screen there, Nick Gayward arm in arm with Jay Sanker having a laugh about something. Series played in the right spirit throughout, and it's been a good battle, and there's been a lot of determination and resolve on show from the US, trying to find a way on each occasion to make their mark on the game as the sides begin to shake hands. It's been a positive one all round for England. Lots of runs scored, 30 wickets taken across the 3 games, and lots of players getting involved as well with big contributions. But the USA can take a lot of heart, as I mentioned a moment ago. They fought well throughout the series, just that batting collapse in the second ODI. So really the only major blemish, but they'll have one more opportunity against the Lions tomorrow, won't they, Owen? To try and leave one more lasting mark on their tour of England.
Yes, certainly so. 108 all out to seal the Kleenclad Cup, and we'll have, stay with us folks, because we will have the trophy presentation by the Kleenclad CEO that we chatted to earlier. After Phil Deakin levelled it on 51. 51 wickets for him. Him and Jim Phillips sit pretty at the top there. There you see the England team lining up, ready for the trophy presentation. There you can see it. With the Lion, he's keeping close guard of that there Kleenclad Cup. 3-0, England win it. After the win at Winchmore Hill. 353 for 7. Then, at Chipping Camden, they bowled the US out for 46. And then, their record run total of 382 for 3. 137 for Timor Allen. And they bowled the US out for 108 here at Hursley Park. So yes, as you see there, the England and US team just lining up for the trophy presentation. That'll be given in just a moment by the Kleenclad CEO who we had on earlier, Dr. Selva and Marai. Great to hear from him earlier. Please do get in, watch that interview. It's a compelling interview, really, into how the cricket changing room hygiene really has adapted under Kleenclad and their antimicrobial technology. Here comes the presentation.
Barbecue is firing up, and whilst we're all fairly fresh. Come in, please, chaps. Well, first of all, I'd like to apologise for not being around earlier in the series. My name is Jeff Beale, and I'm chair of the International National Championship Committee, and really acting on behalf of an absent colleague today, Paul Bradley, who we all know and wish well, and I'd like to extend his wishes to you all. He spoke to me this morning and has been watching avidly on TV all day, but I'm his poor man's substitute. Can I first of all reiterate what Pete was saying earlier, and that is a huge welcome to various people, but particularly to Dr. Selva, who's here on behalf of Kleenclad Cladding, our principal sponsor and provider of the trophy, and more about the trophy later on. I speak on behalf of Paul and know how much he has valued his conversations with you, and is very much looking forward to working with you further in the future. Welcome from me personally to the US guys. First time I've met you. What an incredible baptism of fire you've had. And I'd like to offer my personal congratulations on your perseverance, your fortitude, your commitment, and your smiles, which are just beaming all the way. Well done, chaps. Welcome to the England guys. Catch up with you again. This is the third leg of what's been a marathon summer, and congratulations on a terrific performance again today. Now, these events don't just happen, as I said many times this summer, and I have a huge list here of people to thank. Number one being chairman of the Hampshire Seniors and member of Hursley Park, Peter Green, who has coordinated the whole of today's mammoth effort. Thank you, Peter. The rest in no particular order, but we had a magnificent army of tea ladies today from the Hampshire Seniors. We have Christine, Jenny and Val, and many thanks for all your efforts. In what's been a very challenging summer, the ground staff led by Nigel and Andy have provided a superb surface today. Thank you, Andy, who's out there on the mower, and Nigel and the rest of the guys. We've got Dave and Phil on the bar, somewhere in there, working hard. We've got Willie on the barbecue. Thank you, Willie. And we've got Gray on music and anthems. Thank you, Gray. Thank you to everybody who's helped put on a lovely day today. Congratulations on both teams. Thank you once again to Dr. Selva, and that is my bit. Over to you, Edward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And I don't think anyone should underestimate the work that Jeff does as chairman of the International Committee. It's long and hard. So on behalf of all of us, thank you very much indeed. And just to reinforce a little bit of what Jeff said, and Peter, if you could come up, we've got a couple of things here for you. Or for you and your crew, we've got an England tie for you. which you can either pin on the wall or wear it yourself or share it or whatever to it. And also a book by Roland Butcher, who's not here today, our vice president of the seniors, and he's written a book called Breaking Barriers, of course. So again, for the library, for the club library, well done. And of course, I just reiterate, Groundsman and all the staff on behalf of England, it's tremendous to be here today, and thank you very much for all your hard work. I'd also like to thank John and John, the umpires, who've done a brilliant job today. And Timor, as is Timor's way, Centurion has just reminded me to thank Tony in the scorebook. Where is he? He's not in the scorebook, he's in the scorebox. He doesn't know he's been spoken about, but he is. Oh, there he is. There he is. That's that. I also just want to thank Ravi, you and your squad. I don't think anyone appreciates what it takes to pull together a tour. All of you coming to the UK from all around America, you know, not quite know what you were to expect. And like all these things, here we have another wonderful ground. And just we hope that the experience you've had for the last 10 days and the experience you'll have tomorrow at Hamworthy have just put some icing on the cake for you. Because, of course, the cricket's been quite tough. And tough, but also exciting. That ability to learn, and you've really shown that by making progress, by having a go, by having positive intent, you can only go one way. And we wish you well tomorrow and as you go forward with, of course, the World Cup in August next year in Canada and how that faces. So I'd just like to congratulate you for all the hard work that's gone into you getting here, and we thank you for that. I'd also like to thank my guys. As Jeff said, we have had, I think between the Lions and the England side, we've had something like 26 matches, which is about 22 more than we normally have. So we've had to work, quite hard on all the logistics, the administration, the communication. And I congratulate you on travelling the country. Yesterday was our first knockout, the people coming from Yorkshire, Sudbury, and other places. So thank you very much for that. And thank you for what we called back in May a golden summer. And it has been. The weather's been fantastic. We haven't lost any games. And well done you. And I guess appropriately, just to hand out a little bat, we've looked at some contenders for man of the match. And of course, I think the person who's given us the most concern, not just through the match, but in the series, is not actually Ravi and other CK who've hit it very square through the covers, through point. And it's taken us 3 matches to learn where you hit it. But we, thanks to another fantastic catch from Neil, we've worked that one out for you. But actually, Paddy, you have given us a few things to think about in all 3 games. So we'd like to congratulate you. Man of the match, man of the series from the New Zealand. Ravi, do you want to...
At the outset, I think I would like to thank Paul Bradley, who's not here, and of course wish him the best health. This tour is possible thanks to Paul inviting us over here and extending this entire opportunity for us to come and play here. And Jeff, thank you so much for your role. And at the outset, like Ed said, these games have been very tough for us. And we're playing cricketers who are hard as nails, professional, and extremely skillful. But my boys, the best part was there were no complaints. You go back home, turn up the next morning, fight it hard, do the best that you all can. And that's what this game is about. It's not about winning or losing, it's about what best you could do on the field. And I'm very proud of what each of you have done. And a big thank you to my entire team for putting up a brave front and doing everything in your powers. Big thank you to the people who have been hosting us and taking care of every small need of ours here. And we know these games are incomplete without the help of the people behind there. We all play there, but there's a lot that goes behind here. And thank you everyone who have been there behind us. Ed, thank you so much for beautiful games. We were not as competitive as we would like to be, but none of you ever showed that you were playing a weak opponent. The respect you all gave us is something which we'll cherish and take back home with a lot of good memories. We made a lot of good friends, and those friendships will remain. Like I said, cricket is about having bonds and making new bonds and making new friends, and having those relationships last for long. The man of the match today is one contender as far as we are concerned. Taimur, outstanding knock from you. Very well played. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so nice of you. Thank you, Ed. Thank you so much.
I was hoping to have a champagne moment till the captain gave it all away, but you can see this is well planned and well scripted. I like to have a champagne moment for one of those events in a match that you tend to remember and you won't forget for whatever reason. And today it goes to somebody who epitomises the if at first you don't succeed, try and try again. So this is to Nick Gayward on finally getting the reverse sweep. Thank you. And now I'd like to ask Selva to come and present the Kleenclad cladding trophy to the winning captain, Edward Gordon-Lennox of England.
So you rejoin us in the middle with England captain Ed Gordon-Lennox after a clean sweep in the Kleenclad Cup. So we had a 3-0 victory. What did you make of today? Obviously a record total for the England over 60s of 382. What did you make of that?
Yeah, Owen, thanks. I mean, look, we set out this morning to win the game. And I said to the boys, look, you know, with this batting line-up and with this amount of passion and commitment in the side, there's no reason why we can't score 400. And 400 was out there, and of course the game's the game, so we don't run a single, or we're lucky. So, but we got very, very close. We got close, and then we set ourselves a target of bowling them out for 120, and sure enough, we managed to achieve that. So I'm absolutely delighted for the side, the effort, the Lions, and you know, after a golden summer of West Indies, Australia, and USA, we've achieved an awful lot, and we should be rightfully proud of that.
Yeah, and two great milestones as well today. Obviously, Timo Allen getting 137, and Phil Deakin levelling the all-time wicket list of 51 wickets. He's level with Jim Phillips now. What did you make of that? So, loads of milestones today.
Yeah, lots of milestones. But, you know, so much of it, of course, it's about milestones. Of course, it's about runs and wickets. And Deeks is absolutely delighted. And Timo's a great asset, as we know. But, you know, this squad thing is not just about milestones. It's about team performance. And we've got to remember that always, whoever we are. And I feel we've made great progress in both milestones and, indeed, the squad performance. So really good.
Just finally, one last series to seal off the summer, the golden summer as you called it, the Tri-Nations to come in September. You excited for that, plus a bit of a Lions clash, you versus Jason.
Well, yes, I mean, it's been talked about, but listen, I think it's a Tri-Nations. It's not an England versus England. It's a three nations. Wales and Scotland play a crucial part in that. And so we've got a bit of time now to think about that and define its purpose, because we can't just go on playing more cricket. We've got to work out why we're doing it. So Owen, yeah, we've had a fantastic summer with a bit more to go.
That's the England captain, Ed Gordon-Lennox there, after England sealed the series 3-0. Thank you very much for joining us here at Hursley Park. We'll be at Hamworthy tomorrow for the USA's last game of the series. Join us tomorrow from midday. Goodbye from all of us.